Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, September 12th at 6:30 p.m. This is the regular meeting of the Rialto City Council, also serving as and acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the Rialto Utility Authority, and the Rialto Housing Authority. I would ask if everybody would be so kind as to stand now and join Councilmember Ed Scott as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then remain standing for invocation by Pastor Joel Booker, Inland Lighthouse Church. Okay.
Please join me in the pledge to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you.
If we could bow our heads. Dear Lord, we come before you tonight humbly and thankfully that you are here, and we ask that your presence would be with us in this meeting. We ask that you would bless these proceedings and grant wisdom to your gifted city servants that are here tonight. We ask, as you told us to pray, our Father in heaven, that your kingdom would come and that your will would be done. And we ask that you do all of this tonight. Let wisdom be here. Let understanding be here. Bless everyone involved in these proceedings. And we thank you for it in the beautiful name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Madam Mayor, if I can have
Madam Mayor,
Okay.
I'm going to let the record reflect that I have the Mayor Present, Mayor Pro Tem,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Trujillo, Councilmember Scott, Councilmember Baca, City Treasurer Ed Carrillo, the City Attorney Eric Bell, and our interim City Manager Henry Gussie.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk. I forgot to ask you to do roll call. And then I know that Councilmember Baca Senior, you had wanted a request in recognition of 9/11.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if we could all stand, I'd like to have all of us have a moment of silence for 9/11 and the victims that died on September the 11th. I happened to be present during that time in Washington, D.C. I found out later on that our interim city manager, Henry Garcia, was also present. We both were there when the planes hit the Pentagon. So a moment of silence for those victims, if we can, for a few seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda will be to ask our city attorney to report out on closed session.
Mayor, I'd be happy to do that. We had two principal items on the closed session tonight. The first was a conference with legal counsel with regard to one item of existing litigation. That matter is listed in the agenda. You heard a report from legal counsel. There was no other reportable action. The second principal item was a conference with legal counsel with regard to three items of anticipated litigation. I will note that the third item, the pre-litigation demand, Mayor recused herself due to a conflict of interest and was not present during that discussion. The other two items, there was no reportable action. On the third item, they did have council had a conference with a city attorney and special counsel, and there was no reportable action for that item, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, this evening we have presentations, proclamations. We have item C4 here that are currently on listed. And so I will start with, we have the proclamation for the Native American Day. Then we will have a presentation on our food insecurity grant update and the mobile pop-up food distribution program. Then we will do the National Trades Day, which will be Councilmember Rafael Trujillo. And then also we will give a presentation or present a certificate to the Vernon Bragg Jr. Rialto Toastmasters Club on their 44th club anniversary. So with that, I will start with the proclamation, and if I could ask, I believe that is Vanessa here to receive this on behalf of, I believe, for behalf
No,
of Assembly
can we-
Member James
Can we have
Ramos.
you,
We're gonna come
excuse
around
me?
there.
Yes.
Normally, I hit this. We moved the podium, so normally we turn this way. We'll talk, let me present it to you, and then we'll turn around and take the picture. Okay, and this is a proclamation number 15, Series 2023, and this is, whereas the City of Rialto recognized the importance of acknowledging and honoring the rich history, culture, and contributions of California Native Americans, and whereas California Native American Day provides an opportunity to celebrate the heritage, traditions, and resilience of California Native American peoples, and whereas California Native American Day offers a chance to educate the community about the diverse California Native American cultures that have shaped our region and our state, and whereas the City of Rialto aims to promote inclusivity, diversity, and respect for all individuals and communities within our city limit, and whereas California Native American communities have made significant contributions to the growth, development, and progress in the City of Rialto through their rich traditions, art, language, medicine, environmental stewardship, and more, and whereas recognizing California Native American Day will foster a greater understanding and appreciation of the historical, contemporary issues faced by California Native American communities, and whereas many states and cities across the state of California have already established California Native American Day as an official observance to honor the indigenous people of this land. Now therefore I, Deborah Robertson, Mayor of the City of Rialto, along with the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 22nd, 2023 as California Native American Day in the City of Rialto, and encourage residents, educational institutions, and community organizations to observe California Native American Day through our activities, events, and educational initiatives that promote understanding, cultural exchange, and respect for the California Native American tradition and contributions. Signed by myself, Deborah Robertson, and attested to by the clerk, Barbara McGee, on this day, September 12th, 2023. And I'm presenting this to Vanessa Briety, District Director for Assemblymember James Ramos. So here you go, and thank you. Round of applause. Thank you. Would you go ahead, please?
Goatsi Hopa Doastrea Washrap. I'm Vanessa Brierty. I'm the District Director for Assembly Member James Ramos, California consultant to the California Native American Legislative Caucus that the Assembly Member chairs. And on behalf of the Assembly Member and the caucus, we do thank the Mayor and the Council members for this recognition of California Native American Day, which is celebrated every fourth Friday of the month of September. And just recognizing that California has the largest population of Native American tribes in the nation. So that means we have a lot of Native Americans residing here in the great state of California, and also recognizing that the historical contributions still exist current day. Here I have with me a California tribal Native American youth who is working hard to preserve her culture, her language, and all of the traditions, as well as working on her higher education over here at the University of Redlands. So we see those historical efforts as well as those present day efforts, and even with the lead of Assemblymember Ramos being the first California Native American to sit in our state legislature. So we encourage all of the council members as well as the residents of Rialto to join us on September 22nd at Cal State San Bernardino, where we will be celebrating California's first people with songs, food, traditions, and family with representation from tribes throughout the state of California. So again, on behalf of Assemblymember Ramos, we do appreciate this recognition. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Joe Baca Sr. I think he has something that he would like to share for his involvement with recognition.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the mayor and the council members for coming up and supporting the resolution that we just presented. I think it's good for the cities to begin to recognize Native American holiday. I actually carried the legislation it's called AB 1953. That's the original bill, and it was signed into law on 9/21/1998, declaring the fourth Friday of September to be a holiday and to be recognized throughout the United States and recognizing Native American Heritage Days. So I thank you for continuing to have it, and I thank James Ramos for his leadership in continuing to create awareness of Native Americans in the state of California. And I also did the same thing at the national level that President Obama signed into law in terms of Native American Heritage Recognition Day, which is on the fourth Friday right after Thanksgiving that is celebrated. So again, I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate the City of Rialto, Mayor, you for your leadership and presenting this resolution, and hopefully that other cities will do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes, I just wanted to also say congratulations to Assemblymember Ramos for really pushing this through and making it a state holiday. I think that's amazing. The other, a paid state holiday, by the way, which is amazing. But I also want to invite the general public. I mean, I just want to say a few words. I've been to the powwow, Cal State San Bernardino, and it's the culture, the sounds, the colors. It's just amazing. And I just wanted to make sure the public knows that you can go to Cal State San Bernardino that weekend, and they have over, I believe, 2 or 3 days, and you get to kind of enjoy some of the performances and the kind of a lot of the families that come together, and it's a really good experience. So I just wanted to let the general public know that Cal State San Bernardino would have a great weekend, and it'd be great if you could show your kids some of our local culture here. Thank you.
Again, thank you, and thank our Assembly member for asking, and we were more than happy to accommodate acknowledgement here in the city of Rialto. Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to have Mr. Mike Story. He's going to give us a kind of a presentation and update on our food insecurity grant that we provided and the mobile pop-up food distribution program.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. And before I get started, I want to identify just a couple of council members. Councilmember Trujillo, I appreciate you coming out on Sunday to Sunrise Church. We did a tribute for the first responders stuff and a tribute for 9/11 to do that. We have probably between both services, about almost 40 or 50 officers and people out there. We really appreciate you coming out on that. We always want to remember that at Sunrise Church to be able to do it. And Councilmember Scott always reminds me whenever I see him, my appearance, I always was sure to ask Janet before I came how I looked. And today when I came out, she says, I know you still think you can wear an extra large, but you need to add another X to the front of that. And I'm thank you for reminding me of that too. So but I wanted to give an update tonight regarding the grant that we received that the council was gracious enough to give to us for the food insecurity grant done by CDBG. He provided us with $110,000 for this year to begin what's called mobile or pop-up events throughout the community. And I wanted to let you know that we had our first one on August. We got some video and pictures of it too. On August 19th, we had it down at Heritage Park Senior Park. We gave it for about 40 bags of food out to people. It was a great experience. Their bags are really heavy, so they came and they filled out all the correct paperwork, and then we carried them all back upstairs and be able to do that. Our next one, and we're going to do it every third Saturday of the month. We're going back to Heritage Park Apartments this Saturday on the 16th, and we'll be providing 80 bags of food, and this time we will be having other products. We'll have meats, we'll have breads, we'll have produce, we'll have other things in there to be able to do that. And following that, on October 21st, we'll be going across the street to South Point Villas, we've made arrangements for them to provide 112 bags of food for the residents over there. So we can continue to do this. It's really appreciate it, the ability to purchase the food, to be able to do this. We get a lot of the donations from CAP, but we also purchase from Feeding America, Grocery Outlet, Walmart, Target, all kinds of places that are able to get the food and sometimes donate it to us. But the other thing that we do besides this grant is we operate, as you guys are familiar with, is our Peace Center on the corner of Cactus and Etowanda. We've had that in operation for a couple of years now, and we're open there Monday through Friday from 9 to 4, and we provide 100 bags a day out of that. And so if anyone thinks that after the pandemic and that some of the need isn't there, the need is still there. It clearly is, and we're able to provide it. At that location, we have 62 volunteers that come in and help. The average age of the volunteers is 64. But 10 of the volunteers that are helping us are people that the first time they set foot on it was when they received a bag of food. And they came back, and now they want to come back, and they want to give, and they want to help out. So they're volunteering at our facilities to do that. This Friday, partnering with CAP, every third Friday we do a USDA giveaway where we give out 400 boxes of food to be able to do that. So it's a huge endeavor to be able to help people to do that. So anytime any of the council, the community wants to come out and see what we do out there at Cactus and Etowanda, we really appreciate it and stuff like that, because it's a good, it's a real blessing on my heart to be able to do that and show what we can do there. And other things during the month, on the third Monday of the month, we have a senior day where we give specific products to senior citizens. And then on the fourth Monday at 9 o'clock, 9 to 12, it's a baby day where we give diapers and formula and other things to be able to do that strictly for the needs for the people there and stuff. So we've kind of specialized some of the stuff there too. And the one thing that we're going to be doing, and just real quick to let you know, we're in the process right now of processing through the city our entitlements to relocate our Peace Center from Cactus and Etowanda up to Ayala and Riverside on some property there. We're in the process and plans to build a 12,000 square foot Peace Center up there, where we will be able to have commercial refrigerations and freezer and display areas where people can come in and not receive just a box of food, but with one of our volunteers, they'll be going through and shop to provide more dignity of product that they can do. And so that's one of the things that we'll be doing, that we're, like I say, working our way through the entitlement process to do that. But I want to leave with just one thing that's going to be coming up on October 9th. Y'all know that there's a Quick Quack car wash built down on Riverside Avenue at the new shopping center down there, the Burlington and the Sprouts. We were selected as the nonprofit that when they come into a community to do a fundraiser with them and partner. So on October 9th, the day before they do their grand opening on October 10th, between 4 and 7 in the evening, it's a fundraiser there where you can come and get a free car wash, and get a free car wash. If you want to donate to the Sunrise Life Development and what we do, you can do that too, but at least to get a car wash and get familiar with it. But for every dollar that we collect by donation, Quick Quack will match it for dollar to be able to do that. And this is the kind of partnerships we want to continue with businesses to be able to do that. But appreciate you letting me come out and give an update of this stuff. I'll continue to come when we go to other locations to be able to do it and partner with other senior centers or some of the apartment complexes in town as we do this. But we really appreciate the $110,000 grant to continue to meet needs out in the community. And not everyone can make it to Cactus and Etowanda, but when we go out into the community, you can see people's faces change when they come and fill out the paperwork to some tears of joy that come when they just get a bag of food to be able to do that. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, I think he was not properly introduced. This is our former city manager. A big round of applause for all the work. And continues to work so hard for our city. I mean, every time I see him, he's only got like a minute for me because he's running off to do something. But I had a tour of the Peace Center, and I'll tell you, it's so well organized. Everybody there, all the volunteers, they know what they're doing. They know how many items they have, and it's such a well organized organization. And I want to thank you for all the work you do out there, And I think his retirement actually gave him more work, because I don't think that he actually did that much here. But anyhow, thank you for all the hard work you do out there, and that Sunrise Peace Center is truly a gift to the city and to our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Scott?
Mr. Story, I also want to thank you for everything you do for the community. I don't think a lot of people realize how lucky we are to have you in Sunrise Church, because there's other communities that aren't providing for people, and some of us get calls from people in those communities wanting to know where they can get help. So again, I want to thank you. I also want to make sure Janet knows that the reason you and I had the conversation was I told you to stop eating at In-N-Out, otherwise you're going to look like me.
That's true.
So,
You gotta stop building them. I gotta keep going when they open it.
So, and I just happen to think that In-N-Out is right next door to Quick Quack, so you're hanging out there a lot, I can tell. But again, thank you for everything you do.
You're great. Thank you.
Got the connection. Okay, Councilmember Trujillo?
Yeah, no, I wanted to thank you. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. We're the mayor and I are on the CDBG subcommittee, and when we asked for someone to carry the torch of, helping us feed the hungry in our city, you were able to take that on. And I just wanted to thank you for that public service and really going out there and trying to help our residents during difficult times.
Great. Well, thank you.
Well, and if Councilmember Bacchus does not have anything he needs to add, I would just like to say, if you said I did not give perhaps the proper introduction, well, he has retired. He was our former city manager and our former development director. And so along with everything else that we know he's doing, and I know the first food run that we distributed, he said it was like old home week, because I was there, and then I told him, and he showed up late. I go, I'm here, and you're not is not a good thing. So he said,
as usual, I
nothing
show
has
up.
changed. I said, but in addition to that, he has now joined me on the board with the Community Action Partnership, and I thank him for reaching out and saying that he would want to sit on that board, which is serving not only our community, but the whole entire county-wide system. So he keeps going. And while we're talking about formers and interims, I mean, we also want to welcome back who is our interim. He was our former city manager, and that is Mr. Henry Garcia. So he followed right after Mr. Garcia, so it's all home week around
I
here.
followed him. He followed me.
Okay, all right. But no, thank you for
Thank you
service.
so
I
much.
really enjoyed having the chance to get out there and really help our community.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, Councilmember Trujillo.
Good evening, Mayor, my colleagues on the City Council. Today I'm presenting some recognition in honor of National Tradesman's Day, which is the third Friday in September. On the third Friday in September, National Tradesman's Day honors the men and women whose skills and hard work build America, and their skills keep it running strong. The day recognizes the professionals who maintain the complex infrastructure of our roads, cities, water systems, and power grids. While these experts work day in and day out to maintain skills unique to their trade, our nation continues to operate smoothly without pause. The skills and knowledge of those in the trade keep businesses, homes, entire nations running. Whether walls go up or come down, roads cross rivers or water flows, electricians, plumbers, masons, mechanics, carpenters, and everyone in between ensures the job gets done. They pass their skills on to the next generation. Even though the industry changes, the need for it does not. In fact, as the country grows and qualified workers retire, the demand for skilled workers grow. Skilled trades are one of the fastest growing sectors in our job market today. So not only does their know-how keep the country going, but their salaries do too. They're a major influence on our economy, and their skills and jobs are so valuable, in fact, that training is available in nearly every sector of the skilled trade job market. So I just wanted to take this time to recognize the two building trades that's been with us since January here at the council dais. So I wanted to bring up Omar from the Southwest Council of Carpenters, Local 909, and Thomas Reese from La Una, Local 783. We have, also want to bring up individuals, Selena Gonzalez and Michael Alvarado. So I have these little presentations. It's just a special recognition to two of their star members. To Selena Gonzalez, again, a Rialto resident, in recognition of her leadership skills and expertise that are highlighted during National Tradesman's Day. Your commitment to pass on your skills to the next generation is commendable, and again, keeps our homes, businesses, and America running smoothly. Best wishes on your future endeavors, and it's signed by everybody here on the City Council, our mayor, myself, Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Andy Corsales, Council members Ed Scott and Joe Baca. So I just wanted to present this to you. And then we have one for Michael Alvarado. Again, thank you for your service. Wait, you want to stay up here? If you want to come over here and present, receive your plaque again, recognition of your leadership skills and expertise that are highlighted during this National Tradesman's Day. Your commitment to pass on your skills to the next generation is commendable and keep our homes, businesses, and America running smoothly. Again, it's best wishes from the City Council. And I also have some for the units as well. So same as well. So here's for the La Una Local 783. Awesome. And then we have here for the carpenters as well. Would you guys like to say something? So we'll start with Michael from La Una.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you guys. I mean, we don't really get recognized out there. We're kind of like in the shadows when we're working. So it's nice to get recognized and appreciated from time to time. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much. Selena?
Yes. Madam Mayor and council members, I just want to appreciate this recognition. Never in a million years did I think that I would be here, even getting a plaque. Being a single mom of just two, it's just been a lot lately. And being a resident for literally my whole life here in Rialto, to raise my kids and to show them what it takes, that no matter what, we get recognized for all of our hard efforts. And honestly, I couldn't have done it without my brothers and my sisters. They go to work every day just as much as I do. And to still strive, it's just amazing. So thank you. I really appreciate it. It's really rewarding. Thank you so much.
Oh, Michael. So much.
Any other comments? Thank you. All right, and now I have one more presentation, and that is going to be presented to our Rialto Toastmasters. Hello, hello. Hi. Okay, I would love to present this certificate of recognition presented to Vernon Bragg Jr. Toastmasters Club 4064, and in celebration of 44 years of outstanding community service, tireless efforts, and constant support of Toastmasters adult and young programs dedicated to the practice and enhancement of communication, leadership, and public speaking skills. The City of Rialto wish you your continued success, and is signed by myself and all of my colleagues on this day, September 12th, 2023. I want to personally thank you ladies for being here do happen to know you, Miss Fudge. And of course, it's good to see you as well all the time. So I'm going to give, who's taking the opportunity to say some comments about Mr. Bragg and his
I get to talk about Daddy, yeah, right. Nobody loved the microphone as much as he did. And 44 years ago, he started. My name is Geneva. My name is Geneva. This is Geneva. This is Sheila. And this is Miss Evelyn. I want to thank you for this. And I know right now his grin is probably much bigger than this room because he didn't do things for this recognition. He did them because he enjoyed them. And if you knew him, he enjoyed you too.
Yep.
So thank you for being a part of his history and a part of his life. Thank you for this. We are getting ready to do our youth leadership speech contest, so I expect all of you there. We are getting ready for a new year, so we expect all of you there. And if you haven't joined Toastmasters yet, I'm the treasurer, and I will take your money, and I will get your application. So,
All right.
say something.
Well, thank you for this recognition. My name is Evelyn Dominguez. You might know me as the Rialto School Board member. You might know me as a parent advocate, as a nurse here in Rialto. But tonight, I am a Toastmaster. Without Toastmasters, I would have not been able to feel confident to speak in public. I would be, but no, I feel absolutely comfortable being able to speak in public. And thank you to Mr. Bragg for starting this club and having that desire to have people speak and have that desire to have that connection, that human connection. So thank you so much for the recognition that you have given us. And again, she will take your money. I am the VP of Public Relations. I will promote you, and we will want to see you there bright and early, 7 a.m. We do Zoom. You can drive, as I have done. I get my kids ready for school as I'm on the Zoom call, so there is no excuse. We hope to see you there.
All right. Ms. Fudge?
And I just want to say thank you, Mayor and City Council members and everyone here. It's been a long journey for me, and it has helped me a lot to be able to speak in front of an audience. And I just want to share one little story about Sergeant Bragg. We were stationed at the same air base in Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey. And when I met him, just because I was stationed there, he said, Merhaba, nasılsın? That means, hello, how are you, in the Turkish language. And we just had that bond. Even though I was not like I am today, and I could not get up and speak, and I would melt and disappear and get sick when it was my time to come in and present, I'm a different person today, thanks to him. We had a lot of things in common, and he supported me a lot, and he made me into the Toastmaster that I am today. So I do invite, I'm the Sergeant at Arms. I keep everybody together and introduce our president there. And I do invite each and every one of you to come and join us one morning at 7 a.m. If you're up that early, and just participate and experience like Barbara McGee did many years ago. And we had a lot of elected officials that came from our club. And we were there back then, and we are still there today. And thank you very much for this certificate of recognition.
Presentation to you from the supervisor's office.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today. So on behalf of 5th District County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr., it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you, Rialto Toastmasters, on celebrating a remarkable 44-year anniversary. Your dedication, commitment, and passion for public speaking and leadership have undoubtedly inspired countless individuals over the years. So cheers to many years of success and continual achievements. Thank you.
Very
so
good.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you come take a picture with us? Do you mind?
Excuse me?
Can you come take a picture with us?
Take a picture with
If
you?
you can.
Sure. And I was just going to say, you may want to announce, besides the fact that it's 7 a.m., but where do you meet? We were meeting.
On Zoom.
Only Zoom now. Great.
And we have a wonderful, beautiful website, Vernon Bragg Jr. Rialto Toastmasters Club. Check it out.
Okay.
Coming and going.
Yay.
Yay. Thank you.
Will I look funny that way?
Okay, thank you. You guys, they forgot to mention that I was a member of Toastmasters.
And she was a member of
I didn't
Toastmaster.
know.
Another elected official.
All right, that concludes all of our presentations and proclamations. And I wanted to say, before we go into oral communication, and we will be asking for changes to the agenda, but I wanted to let folks be aware that I will be pulling, I've asked to pull tab 7, and we will bring that back at our next council meeting of September 26th. So if there was somebody who was sitting here, I wanted to make sure they were aware of that, although we would love you to stay all the way through. So with that, oral communications, general?
Yes, I
Or
have a couple of speakers.
General, okay,
Yes.
thank
And-
you.
And everything else is for tab 2 and 3. We have Ms. Johnson again.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes,
Okay,
Merlinda Johnson.
Good evening again.
good evening.
Alrighty, I have a few updates for our upcoming events that we have. So Supervisor Baca Jr. is partnering with the City of San Bernardino to host Senior Health Fair on October 6th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the 5th Street Senior Center in San Bernardino, and we would love for our beloved seniors from Rialto to join us. During this event, all seniors from San Bernardino County are welcome to join and take advantage of the free screenings and resources. We will have flu shots, senior nutrition lunch, food distribution, and a raffle of prizes, and I'll have flyers the next time I'm here.
Okay,
We also have our 3rd annual holiday open house event. Supervisor would like for you all to save the date for December 7th. The event will be taking place at the San Bernardino County Government Center from 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Supervisor's office will be having a children and pet toy drive that evening and would appreciate guests bringing unwrapped presents that will be delivered to the underserved children and pets in our community. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Thank
Next,
you.
we have Mr. Kenneth Gaines.
Mr.
Kenneth,
Kenneth?
yes, Gaines.
Could they be outside? Kenneth, you said Kenneth James?
Gaines,
Kane? Okay.
Gaines, G-A-I-N-E-S.
Gain? Okay, Mr. Gain.
And everything else is for tabs 2 and 3.
Okay, okay. So if there's no Mr. Gain, all right. Well, then with that, we will go to anything, items that need to be considered for being removed and continuing. And again, I've asked that we will defer the tab item number 7 for our September 26th council meeting. Just need to do some additional reviewing and vetting of the activity. Is there anybody who has anything they need to abstain from? I have, based on council, I do not have anything on the warrants that I need to abstain from. Anyone else?
I just wanted to pull E3 for discussion.
E3, okay. Anything else? If not, would you like to go on and have the
Yeah.
discussion then before we?
Yeah, I think I asked staff for a report on, I just wanted to see if everything was kind of cleared out. I think there was an issue with the payment on this for the filing or the appeal. And I never really got a clear answer on this, so I just wanted to get an answer since I didn't get it when I asked. Very specifically, I'm looking at the appeal form. If you go to the last page, you'll see a copy of the check. And it says it requires 2 signatures, and there's only one.
The two
So
signatures
I
by the
asked
appellant?
for an update on that to see if it cleared, if this is a legitimate appeal. Again, I asked this twice from staff and I never got anything back, so I'm asking it now.
Okay.
Did this appeal form clear as is?
Colby Cataldi, Director of Community Development. The fact that we are here tonight recommending to schedule the appeal hearing for October would indicate that the check did clear and that the appeal was recorded and is official. I have Mr. Casey here, who's our and Daniel, could you answer the question about the processing of the appeal?
So, planner, Casey, senior planner. As far as the check on the appeal, the staff's not been made aware that it didn't clear. But I can confirm
So
that.
you don't have a concrete answer.
I don't have a concrete answer for you at this moment, but I will be able to provide one.
Is it possible to table this item for the next?
If it's the council's pleasure, yes.
I'd like to move until you get clear answers on that.
I would second that.
Okay, so you would like to act on and move that one and table it until it's cleared. Any objections to that it's been moved by Councilmember Trio and seconded by Councilmember Scott. Any objections to that? Hearing none, this item will be pulled and tabled until they find out if the check has cleared, okay? So is there any other items that need to be addressed on the consent calendar? If not, can I entertain a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmembers Scott and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales. Is there any objections? Hearing none, then the consent calendar passed. So now we will move on to our first item. It was the public hearing, I believe of tab number 1. And let me make sure that's the wrong book. Who will be presenting tab number 1? And will that be Ms. Stevens? Okay. Good evening.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Staff is here to request to conduct a public hearing on the city's fiscal year 2023-24 proposed annual budget and to approve and adopt the following resolutions. So we have resolution number 8089, Rialto Housing Authority, resolution number 01-23, Rialto Utility Authority, resolution number 05-23, and Rialto Redevelopment Successor Agency resolution number SA 01-23, and those are all for the city's fiscal year budget. We also have resolution number 8090 for the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2023-24, and resolution number 8091 adopting the fiscal year 2023-24 citywide classification and compensation plan. So to start, I wanted to go over a quick agenda. We're going to discuss what our budget process overview entailed. We're going to give a quick overview of the 23-24 general fund revenue and expenses, a quick review of the all funds revenue and expenses, and then also quickly go over the fiscal year 2023-24 proposed personnel changes. So our budget process overview for fiscal year 23-24. It started with us having council member budget meetings with the department heads collectively together to go over our first initial proposal. Our next was the department head meetings. It was with finance and the assistant city manager. We actually went through the budget line by line, looking at prior year spends, looking at what was being proposed, and making adjustments from there. And lastly, we had a budget workshop on August 17th, 2023. that included all of the department heads, and they were made available to answer whatever questions were needed to be answered on the budget. Also from that meeting, which is attached to this staff report, are numerous deliverables that were requested from that meeting to answer subsequent questions. So just a quick general fund review. Our actuals for fiscal year 2021-2022 left us with an unrestricted fund balance of $24.9 million. We are estimating, based on our budgeted revenues and expenses for fiscal year 22 and 23, an unrestricted fund balance of $22.6 million. We are proposing for fiscal year 23-24, an unrestricted fund balance of $22.8 million, which will give us a proposed total reserves of $74.5 million. This is the general fund revenue, just a quick snapshot in detail of our property taxes, our utility users tax, our sales tax, our various tax categories. Our highest tax category for the city general fund is sales tax. That percentage is, hard for me to see up there. My apologies. That percentage is set at 39.29% of general fund revenue. And then our property tax is the next highest percentage at 23.97%. And utility users tax is at 10.94%. Those are our top three revenues in the general fund. For our general fund expenses, we are proposing a total expense of $129.2 million. Our personnel is about 66.99% of the budget, and our services and supplies is at about 30.89%. For our all funds revenue, which is revenue brought in for the entire city, including all of our funds, general fund, special revenue, enterprise funds, our top revenue source is taxes. That's at 45.11%, and that comes out to about $104.3 million. Our next highest category is charges for current services at 29.21%, and that's at about $67.5 million. Our all funds expenses, the total expenses citywide, we are forecasting at $226 million. And our highest category is services and supplies. That's at 41.84% of our expense budget. And the personnel is at 39.29%. Those are our two top categories. Staff are proposing personnel changes for the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. In community development, there is a proposal to reclass one senior planner to a principal planner. The dollar value for that change is $10,320. The police department has 3 requests. The first is adding 1 police records assistant, and that'll be at a level of 1 or 2 to enable the improvement of record functions and expand hours of operation. The next one is to reclass 1 administrative aide to a senior office specialist to provide additional administrative support. And the last is to reclass a police transcriptionist to 1 police records assistant, level 1 or 2. The total for those changes is $135,480. For Parks, Recreation, and the Community Services Department, they are requesting 1 administrative aide, which is a part-time position, to provide additional administrative support. And the total for that request is $28,520. The Maintenance of Facilities Department is actually requesting a budget reduction for the general fund in the amount of $331,794. They are removing one fleet maintenance lead. They are requesting to remove one equipment mechanic, and they are requesting to remove one senior field service worker. The engineering department is requesting a general fund budget reduction of $18,500, and they are requesting to remove 2 part-time interns. Just to note, they already have engineering interns. They're just requesting to remove the part-time interns. The fire department is requesting a budget reduction for the general fund of $209,943. They're removing one senior office specialist, and they're actually reclassing one executive assistant from the general fund and requesting to move that to a fire community relations education specialist that'll be paid for out of special revenue dollars in the Fire Ground Emergency Transportation Fund. Human Resources is requesting a budget reduction of $3,657. Resources and Risk Management to a Senior Human Resources and Risk Management Analyst. Our Treasury Department, they are requesting a proposal of $75,927. They are adding one office specialist to provide Treasury Department support, and they are requesting to reclass one senior accounting assistant to an assistant treasurer / accounting specialist. So again, the recommendations before you are to conduct a public hearing and to approve and adopt the following resolutions, which would approve and adopt the fiscal year 23-24 budget. I do have department heads here if there are any additional questions about specific departments.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and do we have anyone, Madam City Clerk, that's request to speak on the budget? Okay. Hearing none, motion?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Scott and seconded by Councilmember Baca Senior. Closing the public hearing. Any objections? Hearing none. Okay, any questions, comments? Starting with Councilmember Scott, and then Councilmember Trio, then Councilmember Baca.
Just a couple of comments. First off, I want to thank staff and the department heads and senior management for the great job they've done on maintaining status quo pretty much on the budget, actually doing some reductions. I think that's a responsible thing for the city of Rialto to do in light of the current economic conditions in this country, this state, not necessarily this city. But I think to hold tight here for a little bit is actually a very smart move. So I want to commend everybody for the hard work they did. I think it was a little painful going through it, but I really appreciate everything that you've done. I do have one comment I want to address to Mr. Garcia, and that is a continuing problem in the city regarding customer service. The residents and the businesses of this city are the heart of this city. They are the ones that pay the bills, taxes, fees, and any dollar that comes into the city. They have a right and deserve to be treated like first-class citizens, businesses, and I think this council expects that. So having said that, I would hope in the next couple of months you take a good look at departments, and without me specifically singling out any one or two departments, because they already know who they are, I would hope that we would focus on customer service. In other words, when a resident who's just as important as a big corporation or a big developer comes into one of our departments, they deserve to be treated with respect. And when they call in and have a question, they deserve an answer or to be put in touch with the person who wants to talk to them. So I would like to look at how we're answering phones in the city. I don't think anybody likes to make a call to the government and be put on hold or be sent to a phone that nobody ever answers. So we need to change that culture in this city. We're better than that. We need to be better than the surrounding cities. We need to be known as the city of customer service. So I would like you to look at that, and then possibly mid-year before, if we need to add on people to answer phones or something in certain departments, that we look at doing that, because I think it's very important to serve our residents and serve our businesses, especially small businesses.
Okay. Councilmember Trio?
I just want to let my colleague know that was very diplomatic of you. I had very specific questions during the budget workshop about customer service and how certain changes, I really do appreciate the fact that staff is working to kind of, tone down or try to trim some of the finances where it's available to kind of create more of a conservative budget. But my question was, there's some departments with personnel changes. I wanted to have some type of idea of how that was going to actually improve customer service. I didn't get the idea that there's a plan together for that. But I'm hoping that maybe we could kind of work something out very soon where we have like the top priorities for the departments when it comes to customer service. So I'll leave it at that.
I think your question, Councilmember, is accurate, as well as Councilmember Scott's, but it is a more systemic issue amongst all of the council members as they have talked to me about customer service. In the budget document, we have a plan in which we're going to citywide address the question of customer service, and you'll see those documents and they will come before you as to who will be doing that customer service, with an emphasis first on what Councilmember Scott has said, that is, the citizen is our number one constituent and deserves the same respect and courtesies as do our businesses. We recognize categorically the answer is we have a lot to improve on. In particular departments, we are in the process now of hiring additional individuals, and while not beating around the bush, community development continues to have its share of challenges, and we are planning on addressing actual individuals here very soon, because we have about 3, I believe, that we're about ready to hire. And the whole purpose is that when you pick up the phone, we are not the IRS, we're not the federal government, we're not the state, and we're not the county. We should have somebody actually answering the phone.
Thank you for that. The other item I was going to talk about was the events list. There are some community events where we go all out with staff, but maybe just don't have the type of response from our residents in terms of interest. And so I'm hoping we can go back and reevaluate which events need to be either changed or put into another house to house them. We just had an event on Saturday where we're doing the Rialto Sports Hall of Fame. The staff came out and Parks and Rec came out. They put a lot of work into it. But for some reason, that event just doesn't draw the crowds like it should. And so but that's not the only one. There's others out there where we're putting all of our resources on the table and just not getting the type of response. I'm hoping there's a mechanism where we can start evaluating some of the events and start trying to find other ways to kind of draw interest. And if it just doesn't work from our city departments, maybe try to work with the school district to partner up and create a transition, because sometimes it's just better in their wheelhouse than it is in ours. So I just want to kind of be more conscientious of how we use our resources, and whether we're the ones that should be kind of leading certain events. We're not the only game in town. In fact, this Saturday we had multiple events. We had the Parent Summit at Rialto Unified, and then we had our Rialto Sports Hall of Fame competing against each other. So we also have to make sure that the calendars kind of line up where we're not competing for residents. So I'm hoping we can create a system where we can start evaluating kind of resources versus the response and try to create a calendar that kind of works for everyone.
I think we'll start immediately, depending on the council's comfort to move forward with the budget. And I'll be working with our director to be able to achieve just that. How does that line up with other events with the school district and other kinds of things where we don't have a conflict? But inevitably conflict occurs, but I think the question is to be more conscientious about where our partnership should be. And you're asking, I believe, the harder question, and that is, should it even be with us? And we should really think about that a little bit deeper.
Those are pretty much my comments on that. And then, of course, I have my, my usual kind of concerns with unfunded liability, and then, you know, how to fund our police department. I'm hoping we can create those mechanisms as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Baca?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to commend you on being prudent in terms of the budget and coming up with a budget that reflects savings not only from 2023 and looking at 2024, but I also am very much concerned, and I think all of us here at the diocese are very much concerned with customer service. And that's, we also need a response time in reference to customer service when someone calls us and is asking for information, or whether they're asking for a permit for development, whatever the case may be. We need to have a certain immediate time that we can respond back under customer service. And we need to make sure that we have orientation in these areas, so establish some form of orientation and training so they can reply back based on those needs in the community, because the community, we want to make it better. And the only way we can make it better is if it reflects back on the personnel that we hire, personnel that we have, and their attitudes and behavior too as well have got to be there as well. So we've got to evaluate and assess that as well. Also, in reference to what Mr. Trujillo said in reference to the events that we had, we need to make sure that we develop a marketing plan that's very important in terms of the events that we have and coordinating those kind of events and then promoting those kind of events. And we need to reassess how we're marketing the current events that we have right now so we can have better participation of our community in these events that are going on right now, and they're not conflicting with one another, so this way we can attend as many of the events within the community. And then in reference to the police department and the fire department, well, I see that I'd like them to possibly look at in terms of the future as well. I realize that the budget is for 2023 and 2024, but we've got to project what we're going to need in terms of the future as well, based on the growth of our population as we develop additional housing in the area. We have more people that are moving into the area. Is that we need to start looking and forecasting what we're going to need, and to make sure that the budget reflects the kind of population, to make sure that we provide the kind of safety that we need in terms of response in both fire and police to our communities. And I know everybody here at the diocese wants to make sure that we continue to fund the police and the fire, but to make sure that they have adequate staff to make sure that they can respond to these needs. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, your results?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll echo with what most of my colleagues said. Good job on the budget. Thanks for your diligence. And I like to see those budget reductions. That really shows that our departments are being responsible and responsive to what is foreseen here in the next few years, which is a slowdown in the economy. And with regards to the customer service, you know, if you look at the pie chart there for our budget, 40% of the budget is from taxes. So our staff needs to understand that when someone comes into the planning department, Those are investors that are investing into our community. They're investing into our business. Our business is the city of Rialto, and we need to start treating the people that come into our city like investors. Investors get treated very well, but we, day after day and month after month, we continue to hear the horror stories of every department, or some of the departments. I shouldn't say every, but we have to start changing the narrative that we are government, and that whatever the other person on the other side, whether he's an investor or a member of this community, that whatever he needs, there's no other place he can get that permit. And that's how we treat our community. That's how we treat our investors and our business community. We treat them like there's no other place you can get this permit, so you better be nice to me today or you're not getting what you came for. And that's just completely the opposite way of how we need to be treating our business community, our residents, and anybody that comes to the city for help. So I hope that the message is clear from all of us up here, or at least the majority of us, that really needs to get a big focus, and we really need to turn that around and have our city be known as the business-friendly city, the city that you want to go and invest, you want to go open a business, or you want to remodel your garage, and you want to do stuff to your home because it's easy and we have a staff that's helpful. So hope that comes across. I just have a question on the Treasury Department. There's an additional position, the office specialist. I just want to know, just give me some details on this and what we were doing before, and how we are moving forward with this position added, and how that's going to benefit the city.
Well, the treasurer is here. He manages the workflow of the Treasury Department.
Can we come back, Mayor Pro Tem, with that offline with an answer, or would you?
I'm okay with an offline answer, yeah.
Okay.
And just so the public knows, I know that we have a GAN limit on there, and just so the public knows, can you go over the GAN limits so that the public understands, people that are out watching this meeting and maybe have the PowerPoint, just give a brief on what the GAN limits are.
So the GAN limit is the limit that is placed on the city in spending or budgeting tax revenue in the general fund. And so it is adjusted annually based on two factors: the growth factor with the county, and the per capita growth factor with the state of California. So we can either choose the county or the city's rate, whichever is most advantageous. This year, we chose the county's rate. It was a higher rate, and it allowed us to increase our GAN limit higher than if we had used the city's growth rate. It is the restriction. It allows the city, or it stops the city from appropriating funds more than what the city is allotted for in growth. And it basically keeps the city honest in reference to its budgeting. We did have that restriction, and with the budget reductions that were put in place with our one-on-one meetings with the department, we were able to bring that restriction down and give us a little room there of about $3.2 million.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Stevens, for the budget presentation and for leading the path and the department to make this happen. I've gone through this and have listened to all the comments that everybody has said, and so I'm not going to repeat those things, but I would ask if you would mind bringing back. I've gone through here and I've looked at where it's kind of broken off in each department, what's being projected and proposed for training of staff. And so I would ask of you that I would like to see the expenditures last year of training. As I tried to look here, it's not been a very large number, the whole collective for the city and the department and staff. And then I'd like to see what I'm seeing in certain departments, allocations for trainings for different things. And this is what's being proposed and projected. I noticed in one of the areas, I recognized the person noted as narrative that they needed the training because they were bringing in a new employee, and they wanted to make sure they could give them the training to make sure they adhere to the most recent laws. That's good. But as I've gone through here to echo and underscore what they're saying, and it's not directed at you, it's just rolling this, is that doesn't seem no customer service or relation building. So I can't, other than things that are mandatory and the laws usually don't help us become very customer service oriented because we're more concerned with handling the law and protecting it. I really would like to see a spreadsheet, we've expended this last year. I found a very small number, which helps to underscore perhaps that the training is not occurring. I've also heard it from commissioners who would feel that they haven't received some training. I think I've spoken to our interim city manager. As we go forward, we're going to need to even make sure annually people are updated with the laws, but the law is just adhering and delivering a service, but it was still about how we deliver the service. And so that's my ask. I want to see because it looks like we are budgeting enough for training in specific areas of the expertise within their discipline, but I don't see where's the customer service relation and treating your customer as the customer is always right until the point that they still generate the revenue that keeps us going and knocking on the door so we can provide a service to our residents. But other than that, thank you. It's better sometimes to take our time to adopt our budget than to hurry through it. And I think we all mutually agreed we didn't want to necessarily just hit the time that we get it done before June 30th. We needed to really go through it. So with that, can I entertain a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. If there's no objection, thank you. Thank you for a job well done.
Thank you.
But,
Thank you.
excuse
Tab.
me,
Excuse me?
the motion.
I'm sorry.
May I have the resolutions read within the motion, please?
Okay.
For the budget.
Motion to approve Resolution 8089. Resolution 01-23, RUA Resolution 05-23, Successor Agency Resolution SA 01-23, Resolution 8090, and Resolution 8091.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good. On to tab number 2. The tab number 2 will be presented by Mr. Casey, I believe.
We just
Yeah, we
voted
already
on the
voted.
budget.
We voted.
Yeah, you have a motion. The motion was by Councilmember Scott, the second by Trujillo, and everybody agreed.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Casey.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Daniel Casey, Senior Planner, and I'll be making tonight's presentation on tab 2. The file numbers for reference are tentative parcel map number 2020-0001, conditional development permit number 2020-0002, and precise plan of design number 2020-0003. And this application has been filed by Crow Holdings Industrial LLC. So in the presentation I have before you, this first slide, just want to show you the project site. As you can see here, the site is outlined there in the red boundary on the image. The site is approximately 31.61 acres in size. It's located on the north side of Baseline Road, approximately 350 feet east of Fitzgerald Avenue. This site is located within the remaining areas of the Rialto Airport specific plan. And then within that specific plan, it has a land use designation of airport-related planned industrial development. So it is an industrial designation for this project site. As you can see on the aerial image there, to the north is Jerry Eves Park. To the east is the Cactus Basin, San Bernardino County Flood Control Cactus Basin. Baseline Road bounds the site on the south side of the property, and across of Baseline, further south, is a single-family residential development. And then to the west are a series of industrial buildings within the Renaissance specific plan. And so what the applicant proposes to do with the project site is to subdivide it into 2 parcels of land and then construct 2 new industrial warehouse buildings, one on each of the new parcels. And then additionally, they'll install associated on-site and off-site improvements, including paving, landscaping, and such. The buildings are speculative. There are no tenants that have been identified at this time. Next slide, just want to go over the parcel map. So this discusses the subdivision. And as I mentioned, the applicant proposes to subdivide the site into 2 parcels of land. The split will go right down the middle, north and south. And the parcel on the west side will be parcel 1, and it'll be 18.298 net acres in size. And then the parcel on the east side of the site was parcel 2, and that'll be 12.80 net acres in size. Both of these parcels will exceed the minimum parcel size required in the IAR land use district, which is a minimum of 1 acre. And so then once the land is subdivided, as I mentioned, the applicant proposes to develop 2 new industrial warehouse buildings. Building 1 will be constructed on the west side of the property. That's the larger building at approximately 430,000 square feet. And then on the east side, the smaller building, building 2, at approximately 249,000 square feet. Then in between the 2 buildings will be the truck court. So all the trucks will be centralized in the site. And then passenger vehicle parking areas will be installed around the perimeter of the site on the south, east, and west, and partly on the north sides of the site. There will be a total of 505 parking spaces for passenger vehicles. As I should also mention, the site, given the residential proximity to the south, the applicant has proposed a layout that maximizes their setback of the structures to those residents. The buildings are proposed to be set back approximately 220 feet from those nearest residences to the south. Then additionally, you can kind of see some of the green there on the drawing. The applicant will install landscape planters all throughout the perimeter of the site and around the perimeter of the buildings. They also do propose to install 3 new driveways, which I've indicated on the site plan here on your slide with those red arrows. You'll have the driveway on the westerly side. The left arrow will be for passenger vehicles only. That would be a right-in, right-out driveway only. The center driveway, indicated with the center arrow, that will be a driveway to facilitate both the truck and passenger vehicle movements in and out of the site. That is proposed to be a full access signalized driveway there, and I'll have some more on that in the next slide. And then the east driveway, the red arrow on the right of your image, is yet again another right-in, right-out only for passenger vehicles only. Next slide, just want to go over some of the off-site improvements. The applicant, in addition to developing everything on-site, will install new curb, gutter, and sidewalk improvements along the entire project frontage on Baseline Road. As I mentioned, they will also install a new traffic signal. I've indicated the locations of traffic signals here on this site plan for you. So there will be a signal installed at the center driveway of the site and Baseline Road. And then there will also be another signal installed at the intersection of Baseline and Idlewild, which is an exit entry to that neighborhood to the south. Those 2 signals will operate in synchrony. They will function together as if they're one traffic signal. Additionally, the drawings before you tonight do show a new raised median along the entire frontage of the site. Just want to note that median, as shown on the plans today, it would limit access at the intersection of Glenwood and Baseline Road. I've indicated that intersection here. It's towards the bottom left of the image. That is another access point to the residential neighborhood to the south. With the installation of that median, that intersection would become a right-in, right-out only intersection. That said, the council does have the option of, instead of having the developer construct the median at this time, collecting an in lieu fee. And if that was the option, the estimated cost of the median is approximately $741,000. Next, just moving on to the floor plans, just an image of both Building 1 and Building 2 for you. Building 1 will be comprised of about 420,000 square feet of warehouse space and up to 10,000 square feet dedicated towards office space. That building will have 48 dock-high loading doors on the east side of the building, and then 2 grade level roll-up doors. Building 2 will have a little over 241,000 square feet dedicated towards warehouse storage space and up to 8,000 square feet of office space. And that building will have 31 dock-high loading doors on the west side and 2 grade level roll-up doors. Next slide, just showing you the some of the elevations. Particularly, these are the elevations on the south sides of both Building 1 and Building 2, essentially what would be seen along Baseline Road. And so the applicant is proposing a concrete tilt-up wall construction. The building is proposed to be painted in a palette of 4 colors, a white color and various gray accents. They're also proposing to install tower elements at each corner of each building. Roof line treatments, form liners, generous amounts of glazing on all sides of the building, panel reveals, and also metal brow accents at the corners. The building will also feature significant wall plane relief in the form of offset, projected and recessed wall panels. And the building heights will vary from 37.5 feet at the lowest point from finished floor up to 46.5 feet from the finished floor. This next slide shows you the conceptual landscape plan. The landscape coverage that's proposed for Building 1, Parcel 1 on the west half is 12.3%, and the landscape coverage proposed on the easterly parcel, Parcel 2, is 14.2%. Both of these exceed the 10% requirement. This landscaping will primarily come from a 30-foot wide landscape setback that'll be installed along the Baseline Road frontage. Additionally, the applicant will install parkway landscaping in the public right-of-way along Baseline Road. They will install drought-tolerant plants throughout all the planters and trees every 30 linear feet. And there will be just an abundant amount of shrubs and ground cover planted throughout the entire site. Now I'll just start to go into some of the analysis that was conducted for this proposal. First, to just touch on the traffic. There was a traffic study prepared by Kimley Horn and Associates for this project. That traffic study estimates the trip generation of this project to be 1,183 daily vehicle trips. Of those trips, 473 would be daily truck trips. Estimated peak hour trips are at 116. The traffic analysis analyzed 14 intersections. So it took that project estimated traffic as well as the existing traffic and cumulative project's traffic. And through the analysis of those 14 intersections, 5 of the 14 were shown to have cumulative impacts. Those intersections I've got shown for you on the slide here, they consist of the Alder Avenue and the 210 freeway on and off ramps, both eastbound and westbound ramps. Then the intersection of Alder Avenue and Renaissance Parkway, the intersection of Ayala and Fitzgerald, and the intersection of Baseline Road and Fitzgerald Avenue. The study recommends improvements to each of those 5 intersections to get them back up to an acceptable level of service. Those include restriping of existing right-of-way to create additional turn lanes, as well as the installation of new traffic signals at both Ayala Drive and Fitzgerald Avenue and Baseline Road and Fitzgerald Avenue. And so those improvements at the Alder Avenue 210 and Alder Avenue Renaissance intersections are actually programmed already in place with the Alder Avenue Interchange Improvement Project. Additionally, the traffic signals at Ayala and Fitzgerald are also part of the CIP program. Is an ongoing project to install that traffic signal. The applicant's responsibility to those improvements will be to pay a fair share fee in the amount of a little over $437,000. In addition to the fair share fees towards those improvements of those 5 intersections, the applicant will also pay a little over $1.9 million in traffic development impact fees. So their total fees towards traffic improvements will be at over $2.3 million.
Is that a one-time fee?
Those fees that I mentioned would be one-time, paid prior to building permit issuance. Yes. Just continuing on here, the next thing I want to discuss is the baseline storm drain project and how it relates to this project before you tonight. So currently, the engineering services is managing the city of Rialto's baseline storm drain project, which this is a new storm drain that would be installed by the city of Rialto in Baseline Road from the Cactus Basin, which is adjacent to the project site, all the way west to Tamarind Avenue. During the planning stages of that project, the city evaluated several options for where would be the best solution to terminate this storm drain into the Cactus Basin. The evaluations determined that a storm drain that runs through the project site to be the best solution. City staff has, throughout the process, discussed with the applicant the potential of getting an easement to facilitate that construction of that storm drain through their project site. As a part of this project, the applicant has agreed to grant the city of Rialto an easement to facilitate the construction of that storm drain. Additionally, the applicant proposes to voluntarily contribute $3 million towards the construction of that storm drain. Next, I'm just going to go on to the environmental analysis that was conducted for this project. Early on, there was a notice of preparation that was prepared, an initial study that determined that this project would have significant unavoidable impacts to transportation and traffic only, specifically related to vehicle miles traveled. Any other section, specifically air quality, greenhouse gas, biological resources, were identified to have less than significant impacts with the incorporation of mitigation. But because of there being significant and unavoidable impacts identified to transportation traffic, an environmental impact report was required to be prepared, and one was prepared by Kimley Horn and Associates. The city did engage Ecoterra Consulting to do a third-party peer review of that environmental impact report. As I mentioned earlier, the notice of preparation was prepared announcing the preparation of that environmental impact report. That was circulated to the public from December 2nd, 2020 to January 21st of 2021. And in that time, there was a scoping meeting also held for the, at that time, EIR that was underway. Then the draft environmental impact report was prepared, and it was circulated for public review from December 7th, 2021 to January 21st, 2022. And then a final environmental impact report was completed on April of 2022. And so the environmental impact report before the council tonight was completed in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Now, as I mentioned, there are significant impacts anticipated to transportation and traffic. That said, the resolution before the City Council tonight for adopting an environmental impact report does include a statement of overriding considerations. And in that statement of overriding considerations, it has bullet points of the benefits that would be provided by the project that would outweigh those potential impacts to transportation and traffic. And specifically, I've got those on this slide here for you. All feasible mitigation measures have been incorporated into the project to lessen the project impacts as much as possible. The project before you tonight, it is consistent with the goals and objectives of the general plan and the Rialto Airport specific plan. This project will create employment generating opportunities, both temporary and permanent, both during construction and operations. The building will result in the development of 2 Class A industrial buildings that'll meet industry needs and standards. And the project will attract businesses that will be able to expedite the delivery of goods and services to both residents of Rialto and those elsewhere. Additionally, as I mentioned already, the project will also provide a permanent storm drain easement, and the project will provide a $3 million payment towards the construction of that storm drain. In April of this year, the project went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, after reviewing the project, voted 4-0. There was 1 absence and 2 vacancies to recommend approval of the project to the City Council. And so with that, both the staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt the resolutions of approval before you tonight. Alternatively, the City Council may also elect to adopt the resolution of denial that is also included in your agenda report. That concludes my presentation. Now I know the applicant would also like to, if it's the council's will, would also like to make a presentation.
Correct. Yes, I was advised that the applicant had made a request somewhat out of normal process because it was not included in the package, and generally the material in a PowerPoint is provided, but we can now have the applicant also present his presentation, and then I would just ask my colleagues, let's let them both finish their presentation, and then we will hear from those who have expressed interest to speak. Public hearing, and if you don't mind, we'll close the public hearing. If you so desire, and then we will have our questions. Okay?
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmember. I'm sorry, before you, I just wanted to make sure that we've opened the public hearing for him to speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. That's what I thought I was trying to say. He made a request to have an opportunity to present a presentation, and it would have to be, I guess, during the open period, because we're going to also have the public make their comments during this open period, public period.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good afternoon.
council members. My name is Jeff Hill. I work for Crow Holdings Development. We're the developer of the project and the applicant that's bringing the project forward. We've worked on the project with city staff now for probably about 3.5 to 4 years, and trying to put this together and make sure that we met all the objectives that the city has for this type of project, understanding all the complexities and things that are involved in the city, and understanding the impact that this project would have. We're trying to mitigate as much as we could. There's 2 important things that are really paramount to understand in this project. First of all, we're not asking for a zone change. We're not asking for anything other than we have the right to build what we want to build on the property because it's zoned that way. So we're not asking for any kind of allowance for, it was zoned residential and we're changing it to industrial. It's zoned industrial, and that's what we're building. So number one, we're not changing the zoning, and we just want to build what's in the general plan and we're allowed to build. Secondly, and I think it's of importance to the entire city of Rialto, is that the baseline storm drain project, which basically takes all of the Renaissance Center water that flows down to baseline, and as you probably all know, last year flooded several times and had to be closed. That baseline storm drain system has to get to the Cactus Wash. One of the ways it gets to the Cactus Wash is it has to go through this property. The city staff had spent a significant amount of time looking at alternatives to having to go across our property, because we obviously were not in favor of it. But they finally came to the conclusion, I think after this winter, that they're going to have to move forward and ask us to basically provide them with the easement. So what precipitated us coming here tonight was that we got a letter of condemnation from the city wanting to condemn our property and basically take a portion of our property for the storm drain. And so, for 3.5 years, and one of the things that we've always offered, and city staff's fully aware, is we've always offered the easement to be able to put the storm drain on our property. And so we thought that was a fairly significant give, because it solved one of your really life safety health issues that you have in the city with this water that floods baseline, and our property can accommodate that storm drain. So we basically started again. Daniel and I started the work on just the presentation and going through the city process, and so here we are today. This is kind of where we've ended up in terms of trying to get the project approved. But just so you understand, we're not asking for anything but the zoning we have to build our project, and in return, we're willing to give you, the city, the ability to put a storm drain on our property, and we're going to give you $3 million. as a community benefit toward the storm drain, which, by the way, doesn't benefit us. So it's entirely beneficial to the city. It's not a benefit to our project. So with that, I'll kind of walk through a little bit about the project. Our company is one of the larger developers in the country. We've developed projects in pretty much every state in the United States. You may know the company Trammell Crow. Trammell Crow is the father of the guy that runs the company today, Harlan Crow, and that's who I work for, is Harlan Crow. It's the Crow family out of Dallas, Texas, and they are, been involved in real estate for probably close to 50, 60 years now across the country, and built projects ranging from office, multifamily, retail throughout Southern California and throughout the United States. Again, this is our request, no zone change. The site's located in the Rialto Airport Specific Plan. The existing land use allows industrial development. The project complies with all the city development standards, and the project complies with city ordinance and regulations. These are the requested entitlements. The only reason we have a tentative parcel map is because we want to divide the property into two to be able to have a building on one parcel and a building on the other parcel. Again, you know where the property is. Here's a site plan that shows the buildings. We purposefully put the trucking in the center facing each other so it doesn't face any of the residents. It doesn't face baseline. And as Daniel mentioned, even though we were not conditioned to provide a signal, we felt from the start that having a signal here into the project and also to accommodate the residential on the south side of baseline, we felt would be of benefit to the community and also, be important for the project. So we offered that, even though the traffic study that was done by Kimley Horn did not require a traffic signal to be installed at that location. Some of the views, Daniel mentioned the setback. To give you a sense, the city has guidelines on setbacks from baseline. We're 2.5 times the setback from baseline. So, we move the buildings pretty far away from baseline, and we spent a lot of time with one of the community development directors that was from Rancho Cucamonga when she was here, because her whole thing was how far can you move the project back away from baseline. So this will be one of the projects that's probably the furthest from baseline that you'll see as you drive up and down baseline. So tremendous amount of landscape along baseline, and then the projects move to the back. The park itself, we've offered to build a basically a wall that separates the park from our project, so there won't be any lights that anybody sees from the trucks, or you won't be able to see the buildings. And so that was important. City staff felt that was important, and we agreed to be able to separate the park from the project. We had kind of explored having more of an open fence, so that basically we don't want to create it as a graffiti board at the park. What we want to do is make sure that we have something that's pleasant and something that separates the project. So that's something that we talked to staff about, and we looked at and kind of studied, and staff felt this is the way to go, was to have the wall. So we said fine, we agreed to put the wall up. The community benefits I mentioned is, obviously we're granting the easement for the storm drain. Land value is probably $2.5 to $3 million. As the condemnation consultant, I think, would tell you, if we'd have gone that direction, which we prefer not to do, would have taken several years and cost a lot in litigation between ourselves and the city, and we didn't want to get into that. That's why we're here trying to get the project approved. And then $3 million of what we're willing to contribute for the community benefit. And again, once this is done, it allows the city to be able to connect the storm drain and solve the water that comes from Renaissance. I mentioned the traffic signal. Again, that's a benefit to the community, and it's a benefit to the residential that's south of the project. And then I think it's always interesting to kind of talk a little bit about the unions. I've developed in the Inland Empire for 43 years. I've built retail centers. I've built, if you've been to Chino Hills, shops at Chino Hills, if you've ever eaten there, at Yard House or any of the restaurants. That's one of the projects I did with Kurt Hagman. And I built a bunch of projects in Rialto in the past down in Agua Manza. And in whatever we've done since probably about 7 or 8 years ago is we engaged the unions to be involved in our projects when we weren't required to do it. There was no request by any agency to do it, and we just elected because we felt there's higher quality, there's better labor, and so we partnered with the unions from the get-go. And so we've built somewhere around probably 5 to 6 million feet of industrial space in the Inland Empire in the last 7 years, and it's all been union labor on all of our projects, and we're committed to that. In addition, you should know that this particular project, our partner is Prudential Insurance, but it's not Prudential Insurance, it's Prudential Insurance managing a portfolio of money. And the portfolio of money is union money, and one of the largest is the Teamsters, is a contributor to that particular union. So this is actually union retirement money that's going to go into this project. So not only are the unions important to us, the unions will actually have an ownership in this project. So it's, for us, it's an opportunity to be able to provide the unions that have worked with us with an opportunity to work near home. The single mom today that got the award, she'll be able to go work down the street instead of driving an hour or hour and a half to work both ways. Your programs in the high school where you have ROP teaching the different skill set for the carpenters, they'll be able to come and work on the project. I mean, there's incredible community benefit that's going to be offered with the project, and it's here. And the people that are going to work on it are here. So in the afternoon, they can go to the baseball game with their kids. They're not going to be sitting in traffic trying to get home. They're going to be here and be able to go and enjoy their lives, enjoy their family. And so it's a really big component of the project. And as I said, we've been committed to it from the very get-go. And we've partnered with them on many, many, many projects. And we haven't done one yet without them. And we've been very successful because we've engaged them. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on the project or anything else if you have any questions.
No, there's no questions at this time. We either have other people who, it's open public hearing right now, and let the other people speak.
Sure.
I got to see how many we have, but if you don't mind, if we do have some questions, definitely direct them to you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, how many people have requested to speak?
And these are double for 2 and 3, and then I provided you with an 18 records
Yeah.
that came in.
Yes, we already have, I think everybody has that package, and you said how many were there
Speak.
that have, yeah, I
I
asked
think
you.
I said 10.
Oh, I thought you said
I'd
several.
say-
I didn't hear you. So
No.
it's 10?
10, but it's double for 2 and 3, the same amount.
2 and 3? Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
the tabs.
Okay, so first is tab 2.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 10 people. I believe we are affording 5 minutes per 10. I would appreciate if you're going to repeat some of the same things, that perhaps you could be a little more brief, but we'll go on and start calling those who have asked to speak for tab 2.
Selena Gonzalez.
Good evening again. I just wanted to go ahead and say that my name is Selena Gonzalez. I am an apprentice and a 3-year member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in Rialto my whole life, like I had said earlier. So it's actually kind of funny. The company that's going to be sponsoring, that's actually going to be doing work for this industrial project is actually my company. I work for Oldman's. So since both of my kids are, it would actually be really ideal to go ahead and have work closer to home. So if we could just take into consideration that having jobs closer to home eliminates a lot of road time And quite frankly, I'd rather be here and not have to worry about who's gonna pick up my kids and how much time I have with them, and actually get a focus on their schoolwork and also prepare for myself and everything. And I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of other carpenters out there too who'd rather have work closer to home. I know I'm not the only one that lives in Rialto. You know, anything closer is always better. So I'm in full support. If you guys could just take that into consideration, and thank you again. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, we have Omar Carbin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Omar Cobian. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union. I stand before you representing close to over 6,000 members that live right here in San Bernardino County, and over 600 that actually live in the city of Rialto. Some of our members are here today. They're actually outside because it was a full house. They're here with their spouses, and they're here with their kids to show support for this project. You know, as a carpenter and a construction worker, our industry relies on projects like this one. These projects, they put food on our table. They pay the bills. They provide health care and a good living wage. Most importantly, they provide local jobs. They provide the opportunity to work close to home. That means being able to make your daughter's dance recital, being able to make that soccer practice, maybe that baseball game. This developer has made a commitment to ensure that they are hiring responsible contractors to pay the area standard wages, and will help put hundreds of local construction workers work close to home. The Carpenters Union has actually a program called Career Connection that is implemented right here in the city of Rialto. It's where students learn about being a carpenter and build projects in their classrooms with their CTE programs. And when they graduate, they get an opportunity to actually come, and we bring out contractors to actually interview them. And we have a pretty high success rate where they sometimes graduate and they're working the very next weekend. You know, projects like this one will create a pathway for those soon-to-be high school graduates to start their career. Carpenters and these developers have made the commitment to make sure that some of your students get to work on this very project. Imagine knowing that you approved a project in the city that is going to help start the career of a student from Rialto. I hope that you see that this is not only a project, but an opportunity for the youth to start their career close to home. In closing, I would like to thank the city of Rialto for bringing these great projects to the city. And I also like to thank the council for your time and consideration for approving this project. Thank you.
Next, we have to speak John Perkett.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I had the opportunity to attend the EDC meeting last week where there was some discussion regarding this project, and there appears to be some unresolved issues regarding traffic and potential conflict between the traffic flow and the residential housing that's across the street from it. I did leave the meeting before it concluded, but I do feel that it would be in our best interest, because there might be potential issues with the housing across the street, and whether to do the median or not do the median, that the decision on this particular issue be delayed for 30 days, and that the city staff have an opportunity to vet these issues out and make sure that they don't create or promote a conflict between those residents and the potential traffic problems. So I just wanted to bring that suggestion up. It doesn't prevent the project from going forward. It just prevents the conflict that appeared to be underlying at that meeting from continuing, and get a resolution between the city and the developer. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Thomas Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Ruiz. I am a representative for the Laborers International Union of North America.
Local 783 located here in San Bernardino County. And on behalf of our members, we're here to support the project as well. Our member that was recognized, I want to thank the City Council for doing the Trades Day and recognizing that the contribution that our tradesmen make to the community. Definitely one of the comments that stood out was most of our guys wear hard hats. And now everyone mostly wears masks. You don't ever get to see their eyes, you know, or them without their hard hats. So sometimes when I see some of the members out here, I'm like, oh man, you just see me on the job. But to be recognized, that meant a lot, and I appreciate that. Our members are builders, and they go to work every day, and they're constantly working themselves out of a job because that's what we do. We build for a living. And so to have opportunities to work close to home is a blessing. I want to share a story just because there's times where I'm fortunate to hear some of these stories from some of our members, and as one of my members that has came in, he's graduated the apprenticeship program. Since I got him to work, he hasn't missed work for the last 2 years. And he said, hey, I got to come in, I got to talk to you. He said, when I came into the union, I was down and out. I was working non-union construction and residential. And if you don't know, residential construction is probably some of the worst abuses of labor there is in construction. I was working residential construction, and the day before I went to see you guys, my wife was diagnosed with cancer, and I knew I needed to make a change. I knew I needed to find a job that would provide benefits. And I came to your guys' door, and within 2 weeks I went through boot camp and I was out to work, because I haven't been off of work since. So I never had the opportunity to tell you what this organization has done for me and what this organization means to me and my family. And I share this with you because we support these projects because they support us and they support our families. And every day that we go to work is an opportunity that they have to put a contribution into their health insurance, to put a contribution into their pension plan. So, like I say all the time, every job matters to us, and we would appreciate your consideration on this project as well. Thank you.
Jose Estrada.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jose Estrada, and I'm here with Local 783, and I'm a resident of Rialto. I'm here tonight to support them, and just to tell a little bit about myself. I joined the apprentice program in March. I've been in the construction for about a few years already, and I wanted to further my career, so I decided to look into the La Una, and I'm there going to school, and I'm learning new things as I'm taking classes. I believe this project is good, not only for our union members, but for everyone else. That's all I have to say.
Next person we have is Eric Rojas. Is Eric here?
All right. Babies have air pollution in their lungs and brains before they take their first breath. That's the finding by scientists at the University of Ardennes, UK, and Hasselt University, Belgium. If that doesn't scare you, what about this? In April 2021, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, which oversees air quality in San Bernardino County, LA County, Orange County, and Riverside County, conducted a socioeconomic assessment to better understand the environmental damages by warehouses over 100,000 square feet. And the findings were alarming. According to the study, they found that communities that live half a mile from a warehouse were more likely to suffer from asthma, cardiovascular issues, and have newborns with low birth rates compared to communities 2 miles away. which still had higher rates of these issues compared to the entire district. And it doesn't stop there. They also found that communities half a mile from warehouses were more likely to be Hispanic and African American. Hispanic and African American compared to the whole district, rated by warehouses contributes to environmental racism. The disproportionate exposure of communities of color, particularly marginal income communities, to environmental hazards and pollutions. Communities closer to warehouses also tend to be more impoverished than communities farther from warehouses. And you might be thinking, surely our city government is protecting us. And I'm sorry to tell you, no. In 2013, the EPA did a meta-analysis of research from 2006 to 2012, analyzing the danger of ozone pollution, leading them to strengthen the amount of ozone a city is allowed to have in the air to meet a certain standard of air quality. However, in 2017, scientists at Harvard found that even below the new 2015 ozone pollution standards, there was still a statistically significant risk of premature death for older adults. That is to say, ozone pollution is dangerous, even below the EPA's 2015 standards. All of this goes out the window, however, when we consider that according to the American Lung Association, San Bernardino County, which Rialto is in, is still exceeding the EPA's 2015 standard. Tonight, I had the opportunity to meet some amazing carpenters, concerned with concerns we all have, being near our families. More than I'm comfortable saying here, I empathize. Keeping these families together as much as possible is important, a must. But we, as a city, cannot allow developers and men in suits to manipulate their love for their family. Rialto must find another way to keep good jobs without poisoning our community. The notion that warehouses are the only thing we can build in order to maintain high-paying jobs is wrong. Where are the 180 warehouses in other areas across the country? Developers will misguide all of you, the city council, the hardworking union workers outside. They'll tell you air pollution is near its highest it's been, and they had it worse growing up. I'm sorry you had to grow up through that. But as more research comes out, it becomes more undeniable that as we are now is still horrible. I have a mom and dad, and brother and sister, and aunt, uncle, and cousins. One day I will stand above their graves, and I won't be thinking to myself, we made record profits this year though. We must do better. The belief that we cannot is holding you back. This message is to Rialto residents that may be watching. If you really believe that the city council that you see before you is out to protect you, I'm not entirely sure. They approve projects that poison you, give you cancer, leave you poorer. For what? Thank you.
I'm probably gonna mess this name up, but Ari Navan, is this Ariana? I don't know if this is A or E. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Good
Thank-
evening, Mayor.
thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Arnie Nava. I live in the city of Rialto for almost 30 years, okay? And I'm retired for the last 14 years, and I'm still active in action in the city of Local 909 Mentor Committee. And the reason we're here, like you see, all carpenters, is we asking for your support, we asking for your help, because let me tell you, when I was working, that time, you know, the period of time, I had to work far away, you know, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, living right here in Rialto, and it was kind of long, you know, traffic, 1 hour, 2 hours drive, you know, and I have 5 kids, on my own. Me and my wife raised him, and I didn't got to. It's sad because I didn't got to see him playing, active in school, you know, any activities, and now I'm asking to support and help for development and the local union, you know. That way, we have a lot of, we're recruiting a lot of single mothers, single fathers, you know, at the local, and we don't want them now to drive far away. That way they can be seeing their kids, their family, guide them in the right way, keeping out of drugs, gangs, and all this stuff like that, okay? So I'm asking for you guys for your help to develop, you know, and to the local, okay? Thank you very much.
Claudia Cuvas. Yes.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Otra vez yo. Y lastimosamente es triste que vuelva a venir porque mis hijos están en las escuelas que he estado viniendo.
Unfortunately, it's so sad that I have to be here before you. My children are at school.
Mi hijo va en la Eisenhower. Tengo 2 estudiantes en Eisenhower
So I have 2 children. They're students in Eisenhower,
que va a ser muy cerca del proyecto.
which is going to be very close to this project.
Lo que no han tomado las personas que están aquí de la constructora, que tenemos jóvenes que se están enseñando a conducir.
What hasn't been put in account, or they haven't put in account in their minds, is that the planners haven't thought about this.
Que la adolescencia no mide los riesgos que hay y los peligros que tienen que tener para la hora de enseñarse a conducir. Los peligros que conllevan a un camión grande a una persona que apenas está enseñando a conducir.
So the developers haven't put in account or haven't thought about the dangers that a student may have when he's learning how to drive in these areas.
Yo trabajo para Amazon, LBD7, enfrente del cine.
I work in Amazon, LBD7, in front
Año
of
y
the
medio
theater.
trabajando en Amazon.
And I've been working in Amazon.
Es horrible el tráfico.
The traffic is horrible.
Espantoso. Duro media hora para salir de la compañía.
It's a horror story. Just getting out of that company, out the parking lot, it takes more than a half hour.
Me tocó ver cómo un carro venía a alta velocidad y chocó a mi amiga, mi compañera de trabajo.
I was an eyewitness how a speeding car came through that street and injured my friend.
Para poder llegar en el centro comercial de La Yala, para poder subir al freeway, dura otros de 20-25 minutos en ese trayecto, que es de la fábrica al poderme subir al freeway, que es ni una cuadra.
Just in that short length of space between the company where I work and where the commercial center is at, it is so much traffic within just that small area.
Y es frustrante ver cómo la gente se irrita, cómo la gente es agresiva, porque todo el mundo quiere llegar a su casa.
So frustrating, not only for me, but just watching everyone, all the other drivers, how frustrated they are just trying to get out of that location.
Mirar cómo se atraviesan, y a mí me chocaron también de esa manera. Se atravesaron a mi carro y me chocaron mi puerta de atrás.
People are constantly cutting you off, getting in front of you, and they almost crashed into me the other day.
¿Qué pasó? El Señor dijo que fue mi culpa cuando yo iba en mi carril correcto y él por quererse meter chocó mi carro.
So they actually did hit me. And then when I asked him about what happened, he said, no, I'm the one that hit him and interrupted his way.
¿Qué va a ocurrir ahora con 1,180 carros y camiones a nuestro vecindario?
So what's going to happen now that you add 1,108 more vehicles than what we already have?
A mi hijo tiene un grupo muy grande de amigos que están en mi casa siempre. Tengo más de 10 o 12 adolescentes.
My son has a huge group of friends that are constantly over at our house. There are about 11 or 12 different friends over at my house
De 16 a 18 años
between the ages of 16 and 18.
que tienen motocicletas.
Now they're driving motorcycles.
Es un horror como mamá
It's so horrifying as a mother
que sea un grupo de jóvenes tan grande con motocicletas.
that this big group of teenagers or adolescents are driving these motorcycles.
Y mirar que ellos quieren ir a la escuela en moto.
And they want to go take these motorcycles out to their high school.
Me estaba comentando mi hijo que quiere preguntar al director que qué es requerido para poder ir en motocicleta y poderla estacionar.
So my son was asking me, should I ask the principal if he allows yours?
Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar si entran toda esa cantidad de vehículos y camiones pesados al lado de la escuela?
So what if these additional number of cars come into this area, by this property, by this business, right close to our high school?
Va a estar saturado. Baseline va a estar saturado. Es la única salida. Baseline, a lo que miramos, en lo que acaban de ofrecer es la Baseline, la única salida. Es
So
una
what's going to
cuadra.
happen? You have one outlet, baseline. It's going to be saturated, just the cars leaving the high school.
En las mañanas para ir a dejar a mi hijo, está saturada la calle. Yo vengo sentido contrario, yo voy de aquí hacia allá y está saturada la calle.
On the way to high school, dropping off my kid, it's still saturated. It's just a whole bunch of cars. It's a jam just trying to get to school.
Entonces, la verdad, por favor, piensen en nuestros jóvenes.
So please think about our
Piensen
children.
en nuestra ciudad. Llega más
Think
contaminación
about
a
our
nuestra
city.
ciudad. Sí necesitamos, nadie está contra los trabajos. Hay trabajos de calidad. Lo que queremos
No one here is against jobs. We're here to support these quality jobs. However,
queremos la seguridad de nuestros hijos.
we also want to look at the
Respirar.
security, the safety of our children.
Respirar aire fresco.
We want
¿Cuánto
to breathe this quality air, fresh air.
en las mañanas se ve lleno de contaminación? Ya cada día hay más contaminación a nuestro alrededor.
Every morning you look out there and you see more and more contamination out there.
Como les dije la otra vez cuando vine a ver lo de la Pepper,
So as I said the other day, when I was driving on Pepper,
mis dos hijos pequeños sufren de asma.
my two children, let me just say that my two children have been diagnosed with asthma.
Alergias.
They have allergies.
Y como mamá es muy frustrante que te llame el distrito diciendo por qué falta tu hijo y volverles a decir lo que sufren tus hijos.
So it's so horrifying that the school district calls you and says, where are your children? Why are they not in school? Well, they're sick.
Entonces, por favor, otra vez les vengo a suplicar
So please, I implore you,
que piensen muy bien
think hard, think deep, take
este
a pause,
proyecto.
and think about this project.
Nuestros jóvenes están en sus manos, nuestra ciudad está en sus manos, y
children
nuestra salud está en sus
Are in your
manos.
hands. Our health is in your hands.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, una
Una cosa
preguntita
más.
más. Por
Sí.
favor, fueran tan amables de hacer esto en español. No sé qué dice, no le entiendo.
Please, this agenda needs to be translated into Spanish. I do not understand. Thank you.
Gracias.
Next person we have to speak is Louise. Yes, is her, yes, same. Louise Kervass. And then after Louis, we have Anna Gonzalez.
Good evening. I've had the opportunity today to, see the meeting before me outside because we have the TV, and I appreciate that. What I've noticed as well, though, is that with the people outside, earlier when my mother was up here, Claudia Cueva, speaking, we've had a couple of people outside essentially laughing at some, things and remarks that have been said and such. I do not respect that, especially considering that this is supposed to be the community that I reside with. These are supposed to be my people. Not being able to hear us out, essentially. We hear unions, we hear these people. We know that obviously these are jobs. We know it's important, how important it is to be with our loved ones and such. My dad drives an hour to and from work every day. I completely understand. What I don't understand is how you can essentially decide to, in a sense, scale the negative portions that come with, this project in a sense. So what I've noticed first off is that the truck trips, right? We have these semi-trucks coming in and such, and the problem that I see is that these semi-trucks are coming in near a high school, the same high school I graduated from back in 2019, Eisenhower High. What I don't appreciate is essentially these semi-trucks coming in and causing traffic problems, especially when during that year, 2019, I had just gotten my permit and I had just been able to drive. It's stressful already enough to drive in these kind of environments. It's gonna be even more stressful when these semi-trucks are nearby in my area. Another thing I do not like is that earlier for 4th of July, I had the opportunity to celebrate my 4th of July at Jerry Eves Park. I really appreciated everything that was done by the city. What I don't appreciate is that now that we have this warehouse coming in, it's gonna be located right adjacent to Jerry Eves Park. I don't care about the buffer. It doesn't seem convenient to me. I don't generally like this. I don't generally like this project. On top of which, the zoning of which, I get there was a comment outside made saying that it was essentially, oh, but it was already rezoned for industrial, so there's nothing you could do about it. I said, well, that's something to say, right? That's something to say. So I don't appreciate that comment either. Some things are said essentially in this meeting and such. There seems to be a lot of just general like-minded people in this sense for the favor. The problem is that we're not outreaching to community beyond the scope of essentially these unions, right? Community that essentially has to really work inside these warehouses, because you bring work closer to home, but you also bring the emissions closer to home as well. You're bringing those emissions closer to the kids that will grow up, the kids that will go be attending Frisbee Middle School, which there's going to be a warehouse also next to Frisbee Park, so there's going to be a problem there. The kids that are going to be going to Eisenhower High School, now we have a warehouse within 2 blocks also. That's project. When will it end? When will this end? When will we take a step back and really tend to think about the consequences and such that we bring in the long run? Because not all of us are going to be here forever, but hopefully in due time our kids will be, and then their kids after us, and then their kids after us. And what will we have to show for it? A bunch of problems that now they have to solve essentially for what we did. I don't want that kind of world for us. We all wake up, we all go to sleep, we all go to work, we all come back from work, right? The time intervals in between vary, but regardless, at the end of the day, if God gives, we go home and we see our loved ones. And I think that in itself is beautiful, right? But in a due time, we tend to not realize those things that we see as invisible. I feel like today in society, we seem to be ourselves a lot more materialistic in the sense, because we tend to approve these projects because, oh, well, the drive isn't there, and then also our things get delivered quicker and such. I personally, I worked at an Amazon LAX 9 in Fontana. I drove like 15, 20 minutes every day from 6 in the morning, and then I come back at 6 p.m. And honestly, all those semi-trucks there as well, I didn't even care if like the building was like, next door or something like that. I was still getting the semi-trucks. Now I'm just getting them near my house, like these emissions again. Overall, I generally do not appreciate the work that's been done here. I feel like there should be more time to consider and such, and pretty much it. Thank you.
And Ana Gonzalez. That's the last speaker that has put in paperwork.
No, I'm good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council, staff, community watching here and at home. My name's Ana Gonzalez. I'm a 26-year-old resident of the city of Rialto, very proud Rialto resident. I'm here representing myself as resident, but also as the executive director from the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice in opposition of this project. I wanted to start by talking about the sensitive receptors that are near this project. We have single-family residential community 90 feet on the south of the project, single-family residential community 800 feet on the east of the project, Jerry Eves Park directly adjacent to the project, single-family residential community 1,600 feet to the north, and we have schools like Dallahan Elementary, another park, Flores Park, within 2,000 feet, a little bit over 2,000 feet from the project, Camino Nuevo Church, 2,500 feet from the project. Eisenhower High School, 3,000 feet. Dunn Elementary School, 4,000 feet. Think about these sensitive receptors, which are our kids and our families, our elderly community. Those same sensitive receptors that I had an opportunity to go door to door and hear that they didn't have hope in our city council because they were tired that y'all were doing whatever you wanted with our community. They didn't have hope or even an ounce of encouragement to come to this meeting because they think that you're gonna do whatever you want anyways and not hear them out. And that to me was really heartbreaking. Temporary jobs. Our trade union jobs, I am so happy that there's negotiations between our labor. I'm a labor sister myself from CSEA, so I always encourage labor to be protected. But what about the jobs that are there in the long term after the building is built? Are those same trades willing to travel to the low desert and the high desert where these projects are coming next? Because they won't be home anymore. It's good that these are, it's good that we are encouraging labor to build, but also what about the benefits and the good paying wages for those staying, working in as warehouse workers? This project is not consistent with those regulations. I've already mentioned some of the ones that are closest to the project. They're capturing buffering in this project, such as 2 ring canopies of true mature trees. There's no solar. I didn't see any solar in the project. Charging stations. What about community benefits like parcel taxes, annual fees, point of sale? The traffic impacts, you've heard them, the amounts of trucks that are gonna be coming in addition to the other projects that are already here, more than 1,000 truck trips a day. Lots of those families take their teenagers to Carter High School from those communities, and they have to cross baseline through Locust or Linden to get to Carter High School. The health, safety, and welfare of the community, that's in the police power you guys have. That's the ultimate power to say yes or no to a project that harms or benefits the community. Additionally, this project goes against the EPA's the Clean Air Act, and it does not attain the goals for the air quality. I'd also like to hear from PD about the demand and burden it puts on our officers to do commercial enforcement to ensure that these trucks are not idling. Are we thinking about our officers when they have crimes that they need to solve? Again, I'm in opposition of this project. Thank you for your time.
Madam City Clerk, does that conclude?
Yes.
The inquiries, okay? With that now, I would ask, is there anyone else? Because with not, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Treehill and seconded by Councilmember Scott to close the public hearing. If there is any objections to the closing the public hearing, hearing none, that motion carries. Now, with regards to comments about some things, I have some questions that I would like to ask staff, if you guys don't mind, because this last person made a statement that I want to make sure for me, just following up, made the comment that this project was against Air Quality Act standards. But in my understanding, the concerns for why there's a request for overriding consideration doesn't have to do with air quality, but it has to do with the vehicle miles traveled and the level of the vehicle miles. Could you correct that or not?
That's correct, Mayor. And we do have the technical experts here that prepared the air quality assessment, if there are any specific questions related to that assessment. But yeah.
I do, but the gentleman who did the presentation from Crow, I do have a question of him, and I'd appreciate if he doesn't mind coming up so I could ask him this question, if he's still here.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff Hill.
And I'm sure my colleagues have questions as well, but I just have a question because it really deals with some of the things you did share with us in your overview and what you talked about. And one of them that was very concerning for me was the fact that we do have the signal, but the staff had written a concern about the location of the signal and where it needed to be located so it could benefit not only your project, but benefit the residential community, just to ensure safety and circulation and acknowledgement. And the letter was written March 17th, 2020, and they acknowledged in the letter to you that they were concerned about the alignment of the full access driveway with the Idlewild Avenue. Now, as I think you know and all of us know, there's two outlets to the south for that property. But they really gave the letter to someone, I assume whoever received it, Philip. And then there was a subsequent follow-up letter, and it also reminded that they had noted that in 2020. For me, the question I have is right now safety and the vehicle mile travel.
Sure.
And all the things that everybody has said are, are concerns, it's compassion, it's feelings, emotions, but the way we designed it, and I don't know if staff have it, is we talk about the medium and we talk about the added traffic. That's the big problem.
Mm-hmm.
I want to understand why is your company is being reluctant to aligning the entrance to your project where it's a full four-way intersection with Idlewild. You may or may not know that we had an accident where a truck actually hit and killed someone coming out of the residential. And so I'm looking to say, the project sits in the right zoning, but I really wonder why Crow would not want to make the best rather than split signals that don't really benefit. It's not a balance for the community that's south, but it's totally a benefit for the projects to the north. Can you answer that?
Sure. Taking a step back, first of all, the traffic analysis that was done by all of the consultants did not dictate a signal at all. So there was no warrant for it. There was no requirement for it. In fact,
Mr. Jeff?
Yes.
Do you honestly think, though, in this day and age that we would build such a huge project without some type of traffic control?
Mayor,
I'm just asking.
No, I mean, I'm being honest. I mean, we want it because we think it gets the trucking in and out of Baseline, but Baseline's a truck street. It's designated as a truck street in the city of Rialto. So you have semi-trucks traveling on Baseline today.
Right.
And so,
with signalized intersections.
Signalized intersections.
Four-way signalized intersections. We have no this would be a T intersection. Two of them.
It's offset. It's an offset intersection. It's approved by Caltrans. It's an acceptable intersection. You can see them all over the Inland Empire. They work fine.
Excuse me, Caltrans is not over jurisdiction on Baseline.
No. What I'm saying is it's an approved Caltrans. The guidelines for transportation.
It's one of approved alternatives. I'm just asking you, why would you guys not address the staff's concern?
We have. We have looked at how we do it and how it would work, and it just doesn't. The issue we have is the layout of the buildings. If we went back to a single building of 800,000 feet, which the project's allowed to do because the zoning's there, we were asked by the Economic Development Committee, which you chair, to come back and break up the buildings. But when you break up the buildings, then you don't want the truck traffic to face the residential, so you want the truck traffic to face interior of the project. In addition, you don't want it to face the park, so you're really limited in what you can do. If you offset the intersection down to Idlewild, it just doesn't, the flow of traffic doesn't work. Well, you have to have a truck come in and make a turn. It just doesn't.
But the staff seems to feel that there would be a better alignment for the benefit and the safety of our community, and I don't understand why your company would not even want to spend the time. And wait, just so I know and I'm clear, and I've asked the staff, your traffic engineer designed it for you. And then our engineering made comments that they didn't feel that was the appropriate. I'm just kind of asking, look, the project, it'll go because there's nothing that's going to prevent it from going. But I'm just wondering, why do you feel that something so small but could be so significant in terms of the community's ability, the existing mature community's ability to just get out of that community on Idlewell, which they've been doing. We've offset it, so we put the burden that they have to, some will have to go east to go back west, but because the signal will not be aligned with the main exit where the majority of the traffic's gonna come out. And the medium, if we didn't put a medium in, then we're gonna have trucks that are gonna be idling in the middle to make the turn. I'm just asking, why can't the company be willing to sit down with the staff and make that modification?
Well,
Realizing what you said, that we split the building, and the staff, the planning did ask, the one big building wasn't gonna work, and the staff did ask. This is the concern I have, because we do have bike lanes out there, we have a lot, and we're adding about 500. Mr. Jeff, what's your last name? Would you prefer me?
Hill.
Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill. There's approximately how many docks with the two buildings?
Between the two, there's about probably 40
No,
total.
79
79.
docks. Yeah,
Well,
on both
one
buildings.
project has about 28, and the other one has about, I think,
Total, cumulatively.
cumulative, so say it's 70.
Okay. So that's quite a few. Look, and the other thing I was gonna
Amazon
ask you.
probably has 400 or 500. just to
Okay,
give
and
you a
then
sense.
in the vehicle traffic, it's the circulation plan that is very concerning, and that's what I was just asking you.
Sure.
Have you heard from the staff making the request, and you've chose to not want to entertain it?
You know, Mayor, in all honesty, Daniel Casey's the only consistent person that we dealt with in city staff
Mm-hmm.
in 3.5 years. You know, it's been a revolving door, as you all know. And each person in takes a shot at the project. I mean, I've had shots from, you know, different people that want to do projects a certain way. We address the issue.
You don't think this ask would make the project any
No,
better
no,
for both
but I'm
of
trying to
us?
answer your question. What I'm trying to do is answer your
Okay.
question. Yes, we not only looked at it, we studied it. We sat down with staff and went through it. And if you ask Daniel, we've gone through it 100 times and feel they feel it's the best
I
solution.
don't think they-
It's the best
I don't
solution.
think they
Kimley
do.
Horn feels it's the best solution, who's an expert. I'm not the expert.
Mr. Hill, could we ask staff?
Sure. Yeah, you can ask
Mr.
Daniel.
Casey, could you come? Why did you write this letter to them if you felt that this current traffic pattern is the best? Why was the letter for March 17th, 2020 written? And I think, let me see who signed it, because you did make reference, we have had a lot of results. But it's been consistent. It was Daniel Casey then, on 2020, when he brought it up. Why did you feel that it would be the best for the community and the project, Mr. Casey?
Yes, so the initial submittal came in early 2020. The entire staff of the former Development Review Committee reviewed the proposal, reviewed the layout on the site plan, and as a group did have concerns with the layout specifically related to the non-alignment of the center driveway to Idlewild, them being offset. So those comments were included in the original comment letter. There were subsequent conversations with between the staff and the applicant, where the applicant determined that this is their best solution and would like to proceed forward with this particular layout. And after these many years of processing, the layout has remained the same as.
Okay, but do you feel that this is the best solution for the residents who are already there and this project coexisting in the community? I mean, the gentleman, Mr. Hills, is saying it's zoned for it. It has a lot of traffic, added traffic. I'm just trying to find out, how do we find something that's a win-win? Yes, thank you for the storm drain construction. It will help for moving water, but the people who are already out there, they're already impacted by whatever storm water comes down off of Renaissance. So I don't know if they would say, oh, that's gonna be the benefit, but more important, safety. Safety is the number one for me. I've looked at it, just so you know, I've looked at it very thoroughly with the medium and the length of the turn and how many trucks could possibly stack in that turn. I'd be very concerned because it would block. And then we're gonna add another signal at Fitzgerald, which is not your signal. So you showed us 3, then you add the Fitzgerald one, that's 4 signals. Then there's Cedar. then you're synchronizing your two signals, but you know there's a signal at Fitzgerald that will not necessarily be synchronized with your project two signals. So I would ask, and I mean, I have to leave it to my colleagues to decide if they want to lean favorably and bypass on this one request, because I do believe, you mentioned earlier about condemnation, that we sent you a letter of condemnation. You know, because somebody did say, we do have that policing power. We're not trying to stop the project. I think what we're just trying, or let me say me, I can't speak for others, but they're in the community. We're trying to make sure that we walk away and everybody feels it's not an imposition to a mature community that has been established. I asked staff, by the way, how many residential homes are between Cedar and Cactus Baseline down to Etowanda, which is their only other exit out of that whole area? And I didn't get a number. Mr. Casey, do you know how many homes are there? Or do you, Mr. Cataldi? I don't want to pull the map up, but when you look at it, you know, when it starts happening after it's built, it will become a backup for the people trying to get out of their community to enjoy. Did we find a number, or could we not find it?
I don't have the precise number, but the area you've described it is several hundred residential dwellings.
Several hundred homes down there.
Yes,
with
in that block you described.
Yes. So this is the thing. I think the request for the things you want, I could see we could move forward with the understanding with you asking you guys to come back with a design, or better yet, you've had your engineer person, we have ours. Maybe we should do some what we know in Caltrans, where I retired, called value engineering, and we get a third opinion, and we sit down with that independent person and see, can we value engineer this project so it becomes a win-win for the community, for the residents. I'm not looking at everybody who's sitting out here, and you know, I hear the same thing over and over, the jobs and jobs. I get it. Everybody knows we are a blue-collar community, and what was happening is these projects that people come, and then we have our community that when you're gone, we still have to deal with when it's not working. So is that something you would entertain?
You know, given that it's been 3.5 years to get to this point, we really want to get the project voted on the way it is.
Oh, and I remember something else.
I mean, I'm just saying to you, it's been a long time coming. This, you know, we've waited for other projects that were way more controversial to be brought before the city and to be heard. You know, we tried to, you know, position it so that we could be, you know, heard on our own and not compared to other projects, because this is a unique situation.
Mr. Hill, are you taking out for the year we all were impacted due to COVID? Because none of us moved anything.
No.
You had to wait just like the rest. I also noticed that you said you wanted to split in your requests two parcels.
Mm-hmm.
Are you planning on perhaps selling the, you know, usually when you do a split lot line or parcel adjustment, are you going to sell off one or two pieces of that?
The project today is not designed, we don't have any preconceived, we don't have any tenants.
No,
You
I know
this
it's a spec building.
Yeah, it's
spec.
a project that every project we do, we're finishing a project right now in Ontario. We have 6 buildings, every building's on its own lot. That's just standard the way we do our projects.
Okay.
You know, so if a company came in that had to own a building and was willing to buy the building, you know, we want the flexibility to be able to sell the building.
And now, you know, I'm glad you gave us your presentation, because I know, and I wasn't gonna, if you didn't bring up Mr. Harlem Crow, I wasn't gonna bring it up. But Mr. Harlem Crow happens to profess to be an environmentalist in Texas. And yet and still, because you know, this is about jobs. They're gonna have the opportunity to build the job, and like somebody said, the building's not gonna be building forever. Then they're going to have to get in their cars. But I'm going to ask, this is a public setting, why would someone who professed to be an environmentalist not express any concern about a mature residential community where we rezoned the land. It was originally residential, and shame on us during economic hard times. Same people sitting here, we rezoned it back to a business park / it became industrial. But now we are here, and we have what you want, and I just want to minimize the impacts to the people who already been paying their property taxes and having to enjoy coming out. So I want for the record to know that when you bring up Mr. Crow, I know he's recognized and respected as somewhat of a person who cares about the environment.
Yeah, we, as I say, you know, we've spent an inordinate amount of time studying this issue. And you know, when you start from a position of, from a traffic consultant's perspective, that it's not warranted. And I'm not saying optically you wouldn't do it. That's why we're doing it. But what I'm saying is that offset signal.
Even if it's not warranted, then you don't want to do goodwill. But you know what? We also have listed down here sidewalks and medium. I don't know what kind of industrial development we build in our community wouldn't require sidewalks and medium. That's not a.
Oh, no, we understand that I mean, we've not debated the sidewalks or anything. We haven't challenged that. Everything that the city staff's requiring, we've agreed to. The only thing that's here is you want to try and get those trucks in and out of the site as best you can. And we've allowed to have a signal at Idlewild. And by the way, that's a signal that stops traffic so they can turn left, they can turn right with traffic stopped on Baseline, which is a truck route. Okay? So I'm not sure the issue, frankly, of why it has to be.
It is, but I'm just saying, you've got one big project with 3 egresses, and we've got a mature existing community with only 2 egress, and you're not aligning up with either one of them.
But when you
So
say
you know
lining
what?
up, I'm not.
So that we can move this, I'm gonna make a motion that we give and move forward with what you want, the things you need in your list, and ask that you come back and you work with us within 30 days to redesign and align that Idlewild with, within your property, so that we just have a place where we know that people can truly not have to navigate up and down Baseline. I'm gonna make that motion. I hope that one of my colleagues will second it. We're not denying your project, but if they don't want to, then my motion will die for lack of no one being interested in it.
I have some questions too.
But can I get
a lot of questions? I think.
Excuse me, wait. I have a motion on the floor. Can I get a motion? If I can't, then you guys can pull it up.
If you could hold up on that, I will second it, but I want to discuss, I have some questions
Haven't
first
provided some-
before.
Okay.
And then I will do that.
Yeah, okay.
waiting.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Raphael.
Okay.
Councilmember
I'd like to
Trujillo?
go back to staff here. One moment. Don't worry. Yeah, obviously, this isn't the only project on that strip. This has actually a traffic impact on the EIR, as was mentioned. What's the history of the ones right adjacent to it? I asked staff a couple times to give me same kind of area. It's not like it's the isolated kind of project. There's industrial all around it. How did the other ones deal with the EIR?
Yeah, so the other projects would be to the west in the Renaissance specific plan. And there was a program EIR for the entire Renaissance specific plan that did analyze traffic, and it did conclude a significant impact to traffic throughout that whole area. And very similar mitigation measures that are before you in the EIR tonight were imposed on those warehouse developments further to the west.
Okay, so it's basically falling in line with its neighbors.
It's, yes, being handled in a very similar manner.
Okay, I asked that from staff and I never got that. The other question I had has to do more with the medians, and I had problems with that with other developments where it kind of, if there were to be kind of an accident, basically you just can't go in and out. It kind of blocks everything. Is this also a median that has to be there by state law?
This median that is shown on the plan, it's there because the city's general plan calls for a raised median along Baseline Road.
Okay, because I know there was one on the Renaissance Parkway, and I asked the same question about trucks and medians, and I was told that was there because of state regulations. But this is something that's more city imposed.
It's, yes,
correct?
in the city general plan.
All right. The other question that came up had to do with the flow of the trucks. So if there's a median there and there's a traffic light, so that the traffic light is just to guide the trucks into so it's going to be westbound coming down Baseline?
The trucks could go potentially both ways, east and
Okay.
west, since Baseline is a truck route.
But okay. Okay, but the way this project would work with our truck route, are they specifically going in one direction, or are they being directed to go?
There's no condition of approval in the resolution before the council tonight. Certainly one could be added to require the trucks to come in and out a certain way. That could absolutely be incorporated into the project.
Okay, that was my question on traffic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scott, because
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
your light's on.
Mr. Casey, you are a planner, correct?
I am correct.
Are you an engineer?
No, I am not.
Do you have any experience as a traffic engineer?
I'm not a traffic engineer. No
So
experience.
do we have a traffic engineer here tonight? Either
We-
Kimberly
we-
Horn or
Yes,
a
we
city?
do. Yes, the traffic
Okay.
engineer that prepared the
I'm
studies.
going to ask a couple questions of that person in a minute. My understanding on the mediums is that the council could choose not to put those mediums in, as we did on parts of Casmelia. So my next question to you is, based on if the mediums were put in, what is the stacking capacity of the turning pockets into his project?
Yes, a turn pocket into the project was incorporated into the design.
How many trucks can you put in that pocket?
It's 270 foot, so I believe 4 trucks, four full
Four
semis.
trucks, and okay.
Yes.
And the intention of Idlewild Light is for the community to be able to get out safely with a four-way signal there, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did we notice that neighborhood?
Yes, notices were mailed out for this hearing tonight, 1,000-foot radius.
1,000-foot radius, and how many other times did we notice the community on this project? Did we notice it for the planning commission meeting?
Yes, notices were mailed out for the planning commission meeting.
And you said tonight the vote was 4-0 to approve the project by the planning commission?
Yes, that was the vote.
And was Mr. Poikert that spoke earlier at the commission meeting that night?
Yes, he was.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Carrillo, or Mr. Trujillo brought up the projects further west of there, which if I recall from about, I'm going to say Cedar to Alder, there's a medium all the way. Correct?
That's correct, yes. in
Okay,
Baseline,
did
yes.
those mediums block any of the housing tracks coming out from making left turns? I'm assuming they did.
I believe one segment between Maple and Cedar, yes.
And has there been any issues with that since that medium was put in that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and when you sent out the 1,000-foot notice, how many calls, letters, or emails, communication did you get from the community?
In advance of any of the hearings, none.
And how many people showed up how many residents in that area, in the notice area, showed up at the planning commission meeting?
None to my knowledge.
Okay.
No.
My next question would be for whoever the engineer we're gonna ask to come up.
Okay.
Is that Justin?
No, this is the traffic engineer with Kimberly Horn that prepared the traffic analysis.
Okay, great. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
You handled the traffic analysis for this project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your opinion, does this traffic signal alignment work?
Yes, we did analyze the level of service. Understand this offset intersection. It should be noted that the north and southbound approaches would be split phase, which is typically where one goes at one point and then it's red light, and then the southbound would go at a different green, which is safer for an offset intersection. That would be what we recommend. And based on the level of service analysis, it operated at acceptable level of service with the volumes that we anticipate from the project, as well as under opening year cumulative conditions.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, I will defer any other questions till.
Yes,
another
and
time.
I'm sorry, I noticed that there's 3 actual ingress egresses out of that residential area. It's Idlewild, and I see another one. What is that one? What's that street? Glenwood? or-
Glenwood.
Glenwood, and then what's the next one down to the end? The one that is past Fitzgerald, but it's before
There's
Cedar.
another one further to the west. It's, yeah, not directly across from this project site, but there is.
But it's west of Fitzgerald, so what is it? called?
Camphor, yes. Yep,
Camphor?
that's correct.
Okay,
Camphor.
thank you. And then we're gonna be putting a signal at Fitzgerald. We have one at Cedar, one at Fitzgerald, and then we'd have 2 more. Okay. Councilmember Baca.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, Jeff, I want to thank you, for having a labor agreement as part of the project. So I do appreciate the fact that there is a labor agreement on this particular project. But I'm still very much concerned that you've indicated that there would be sometimes one-time fee, like $3 million for the project. And I'm very much concerned that we have to live in the city of Rialto for a lifetime, or our kids or others. And the one-time fee is not enough when we look at roads improvements that need to be done because of the traffic that will be utilizing that area. And when I look at the possibility of the cost in terms of the future for code enforcement in terms of that area, it does not govern or have monies to cover this. And my question then would be to Daniel, is there a policy or procedure currently in place that deals with warehouses that we're building in the city of Rialto that would have either a dock fee or a fee per square footage to be paid by a developer that comes into the area, whether it's 20 to 35 cents a square foot to pay, and that would help towards recalls. It would also help towards the community benefits. It would go into a pot that would look not only at now, but in terms of the future.
No, you said recalls. What do you mean recalls? I'm sorry, did we miss your?
No, roads, I meant roads.
Yeah, we looked.
Okay, I meant roads. We're not recalling
I'm
anybody
thinking
yet.
You want to generate money for case of a recall? Okay.
No, roads, in terms of needing the funds that need to be done to improve
Sorry,
our
guys.
roads, in terms of our future in the area. Is there a policy currently in place that's been developed and approved by EDC
No.
that's been implemented right now?
Thank you, Councilmember Baca. There is currently a requirement to pay a development impact fee specifically for traffic, and it is assessed on a per square foot basis. The current fee, I believe, is $2.80 per square foot. And that is a fee that is paid prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Is that continued, or is it a one-time fee?
It's a one.
Still have to live here, and we on the council and other members that'll be on the council still have the responsibility to make sure that we have the road improvements that need to be done in that immediate area, enforcement and code enforcement in terms of the future. So I'm thinking in terms of not just now, but I'm also thinking in terms of the future, because a one-time fee is not enough as we look at projecting what needs to be done. So I'm very much concerned that we don't really have a policy in place or a procedure that would let the developers know ahead of time that this is going to be the cost to them. And that would be, you can call it community benefits, you can call it whatever, but it would go into a pot that at least into the pot of the city, and the city then can determine how that monies can be used, whether it's for road improvements, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's other projects that we might need to develop. I think we need to do something like this before we continue to approve a lot of these warehouses that are being developed in our immediate area with not knowing who the tenants are going to be. I do appreciate the fact that labor would be doing the job during that period of time, and but then what happens afterwards, you know? And we don't know who's gonna occupy these. I'm very much concerned also with what was stated before in terms of the safety and the traffic conditions, and then close proximity to the Jerry East Park in that immediate area. Even though I know that, Jeff, you mentioned that a wall would be done, but a wall doesn't keep the emissions and anything else, and a lot of the noise that is there. So that's a concern that I have. And then when I look at the impact it would have on the emissions that would be created and our residents in that area and our students in that area that was mentioned earlier, that would impact a lot of our students that go to Eisenhower High, or that would go over to Carter, that would go across. So, I mean, we have to look at, in terms of the overall safety of our citizens and our residents, and not just because it's a project that may be good for our area, but that we have that responsibility because, Jeff, are you gonna move down here to Rialto? No. Okay, is Don Crow?
I didn't have the beauty of living in Rialto.
Oh, well, you should have put it in Cucamonga, but,
I have, projects I've built in Rialto, by the
Okay,
way, down in
Councilmember,
Agua Alonso, where there was no Agua Alonso, when I built projects next to FedEx, and then some of the most successful projects in the city of Rialto.
okay,
So-
excuse me.
and also very much concerned with the
I'm
health
just
aspect.
gonna, okay, yes. I'm gonna withdraw the motion and let anybody who wants to move this project go right ahead. Because, excuse me, oh, you have your lights on. I'm sorry, but it wasn't on when I was looking down to Councilmember Baca. Sorry.
Okay, I have a couple questions. So if we look at the landscaping adjacent to the park, I know that it shows like there's trees around the front end of it, but at least in this diagram, it shows that adjacent to the park, it doesn't look like there's any more landscape trees in that section. Is that just a typo here, or is there no trees that are being put adjacent to the park?
Mayor Pro Tem, you are correct. Yeah, I'm looking at the landscape exhibit, and on the north side, it does not show trees on there. That said, the conditions of approval before the city, in the resolutions before the city council tonight, will require the planting of trees in those areas around the entire perimeter. So it's not shown on this particular image, but they will be required.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Is
that
it,
that
I'm
was-
sorry, is it already stated in the resolution? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, Mayor, can you repeat?
No, I just said, is it already stated in the resolution?
Yes, it's
Okay,
already in the
that's what I was
resolution,
just
yep. So any of those planters will require trees.
Okay. And my next question would be directed to the gentleman from Kimberly Horn.
What is his name?
Hello
Okay.
again.
Could he
Yes,
state his
so-
name? Could he state his name for the record? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry. Trevor Briggs with Kinley Horn and the preparer of the traffic study for the project.
Great. Okay, so in your opinion, there's two intersections there and two signal lights that are here. In your opinion, isn't it wise to have an intersection that's just for the housing that's there, and then a separate one just for the entrance of the building?
So it is an offset intersection. Based on our analysis, it would operate at acceptable level of service, meaning it can work acceptably for both driveways.
Okay, but there's no, in my opinion, I think that just separating the traffic that's going into the neighborhood is actually safer than making one intersection that intermingles both the traffic that's going into the warehouse and the traffic that's going into the community.
The signal, when you pull out of the residential, the signal stops all the traffic. So there's no traffic going east or west when you come out of the residential and the light allows you to come out. It's not like there's any traffic moving. So it's
I
got
understand.
its own signal.
No, I understand all that, but I'm asking the question because that's what I believe, that it's actually safer to have a separate signal that goes into the community and one that goes straight into the warehouse.
Yes, particularly with trucks and how they truck turn. There could be potential concerns if it was a four-way approach. So having the offset does help with truck turning
Okay.
and any concerns there.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any subsequent questions?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do.
Go ahead.
I have some comments related to what's been set up here tonight. I want to remind the council that that the EDC is working on some formula for a community benefit under the situation of development agreements versus community benefit programs. We have looked at a number of alternatives. I would caution this council in supporting a door tax, because to bring a door tax about would be put on all warehouses in the city. You could run yourself into a situation where you actually chase off point-of-sale warehouses like Amazon to other communities who do not have door taxes. The benefit of point-of-sale warehousing in the city is that it brings us sales tax. I would remind the council and the audience that in 2014, our sales tax was approximately $11 million. Today, as we stand, it's roughly $53 million. Most of that is from Amazon and point of sale. It's not from the Renaissance Shopping Center. It's from point of sale facilities in the city. Additionally, the annual payment that comes to the city comes in the way of property tax. There's a significant increase for not only us, but for the county of San Bernardino as a result of the growth of warehouses in these communities. And I haven't looked at what our sales tax was back in 2014, but I can tell you it's up quite a bit. It's been raised a lot. So before we make decisions or hold off projects to look at this, we need to do more of a study on what we need to do to actually generate revenues. As far as streets, these trucks and all of our vehicles that are buying this $6 a gallon diesel and gasoline are paying state taxes, and that money goes into Measure I, and that money is supposed to be used for streets specifically. Can't be used for anything else. So we should have a significant amount of money based on the ridiculous amount we're being charged by the state of California for gas and diesel tax. We should have a huge windfall in the next year or two on those fees. So we got to take all of that into account before we go and make decisions. That's my comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Well, you've heard the comments. I withdrew my motion because I feel like this is a situation that, as far as this community is concerned and I'm concerned, I think that I would hope that the developer would see that concern. I mean, I listen to my colleagues, and I don't think any of us up here are actual licensed traffic engineers, you know, and our opinion may matter, may not. I happen, you know, most there's streets where we have four-way intersections and still have a hard time getting out of communities. We have one that are, you know, with it coming out in the middle of the block. So this is the action. I would hope that that would have been something that would be something you'd consider, because you're going to still spend the money. I don't understand, you know, why it becomes a big reservation on your part but it seems like you know, you guys have anchored in. So you know, any of these members up here, if they want to go on it, we'll move on. You know, and I will, you know, I will just say, I've made my requests on behalf of the community. Yes, they didn't, because as far as they're concerned, you heard it early. They already think that, you know, we're just going straight ahead and not real. Why bother? The one lady came out 2 weeks ago, and she basically only wanted, she was concerned about the gophers, because when you start moving the dirt, that's going to be another thing. Maybe we should make sure we condition a project that there's some vector control out there while this is being constructed. I don't think anyone up here is opposed to leaving the ground just fallow as dirt. We've got different ideas, but you know, you own the property. So I just think that if we talk about goodwill or community benefit, I don't want a signal that you feel that you're giving to us as another community benefit, because we really do not construct any warehouses on a main corridor without a signalized intersection, I say. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
You got a motion by Councilmember Scott and a second by Councilmember Trujillo. Let me have a roll call, please. Madam City Clerk.
Should you talk about other resolutions?
Councilmember Scott,
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Baca. Councilmember Baca. That's a no or a yes?
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Caracetas,
Aye.
Mayor Rouse.
And likewise, I will be abstaining. I'm not opposed to the project getting constructed. I'm just opposed to the fact that you as a developer really don't see the vision of the concern. It's better to err on the concern of safety for the community. And we didn't get police studies and traffic reports. So I'm abstaining for that, but I'm not abstaining against the development of the
Okay,
project.
well, Mayor, I need to make sure.
I abstain.
Okay, I got that. I
Okay.
was trying to say for the motion, if we can,
Would you like the resolutions read?
yes, please, read the resolutions for me.
And I'm moving approval of Resolution 8140, tentative parcel map number 2020-001, TPM 20195. Resolution 8141, conditional development permit number 2020-0002. Resolution number 8142, precise plan of design number 2020-0012. Resolution 8143, and environmental assessment review number 2020-0003.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you.
Okay, on to public hearing tab number 3, I believe. I'm going to give them a moment for people to move out of the room. All right. I see you, Mr. Casey.
Okay, good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Daniel Casey, Senior Planner, and I'll be making the presentation on tab 3. This is a development project proposed by Patriot Development Partners, LLC. The file numbers for reference are General Plan Amendment number 2022-0002, Specific Plan Amendment number 2022-0003, Tentative Parcel Map number 2022-0005, Conditional Development Permit number 2022-0039, Precise Plan and Design number 2022-0065, and Environmental Assessment Review number 2022-0067. So moving on to the first slide here for you tonight, just again, we'll begin with the project site, and you can see it indicated there in the red boundary. This project site is comprised of 5.97 acres of land, 10 parcels of land in total. It's located at the southeast corner of Valley Boulevard and Willow Avenue, and it is currently designated, zoned, freeway commercial within the Gateway specific plan. And so what Patriot Development Partners proposes to do is to change the general plan land use designation of the site from to business park with a specific plan overlay, and also change the specific plan zoning designation to industrial park within the Gateway specific plan. Then they propose to consolidate those 10 parcels of land that make up the site into one 5.97 net acre parcel of land. and then construct a 131,625 square foot warehouse building on the parcel. And this building's been designed to accommodate various storage and distribution uses. So just move on to the general plan amendment. I've got some exhibits here for you to see exactly what would be accomplished. So the image on the left, it's existing land use, and the project site currently is designated in the red. This is the general plan land use designation, and it's currently general commercial with a specific plan overlay, and that's shown in the red. And then on the image on the right, the proposed land use with the applicant's request, it would change that land use designation to the blue business park with a specific plan overlay. And as you can see on the image, this isn't introducing the business park land use designation in the area. It's already existing to the west and northwest with other industrial developments in the area. Next, just moving on to the specific plan amendment. And what this is proposed to do is to change the zoning designation of the site. And you can see the image on the left, that's the existing zoning, again with the red. That's to designate freeway commercial. That's the current zoning of the site. And the applicant's request would change the zoning to the blue industrial park. And again, that designation exists already in the area to both the west and northwest with some of the existing industrial developments in the area. Next, just really quickly showing you, this is an image of the parcel map. And the project proposal is to, again, consolidate those 10 parcels of land that make up the site into one parcel of land. That 5.97 acre parcel of land meets the minimum size requirement for the IP zone, the proposed IP zone. Now, once they've consolidated the land into one parcel, next the applicant proposes to develop a warehouse building on the site. And about 131,000 square feet. You can see an image here of the site plan showing you the layout. So the building is proposed to be placed on the north side, closer to the Valley Boulevard frontage. And then a truck court on the south side that would face the 10 freeway. The 10 freeway is located to the south. So that way the truck court will not face any of the Rialto streets. There will be passenger vehicle parking areas on the south side of the building, on either side of the truck court. Those parking areas will provide 91 spaces for passenger vehicles, which exceed the amount of parking required for a warehouse of this size. The applicant also proposes to install 2 new driveways to facilitate access in and out of the site. I've indicated those here with the red arrows. So there's proposed to be 1 driveway on the Willow Avenue frontage further south towards the cul-de-sac there that will provide, it's a 40-foot wide driveway, would provide access for both trucks and passenger vehicles. And then a second driveway on the east side of the site, that is a segment of Alice Avenue, and that would also provide a 40-foot wide driveway that will provide access for trucks and passenger vehicles. You can also see on the green there, those are the landscape planters that are proposed to be installed throughout the entire site, particularly around the perimeter of the site and also the perimeter of the building, including 40-foot landscape setbacks along the street frontages. And then additionally, the applicant will install an underground infiltration basin in the truck court for management of stormwater. Next, just showing you the floor plan. Applicant proposes 124,125 square feet dedicated to warehouse storage space and up to 7,500 square feet for office space. The building will have 14 dock-high loading doors on the south side of the building facing, again, the 10 freeway, and then 1 grade level roll-up door. This next slide goes into the exterior design of the building. You can see this rendering is showing you an image of the west side of the building. The building, as we could also see on the floor plan, will feature significant wall plane articulation. There are breaks along the wall to help provide some relief, so it's not just one long monotonous wall plane. Those wall plane breaks will have 3 feet in depth changes. The building will also have height variations ranging from 38.5 feet up to 40 feet. In the exterior of this building, it'll be concrete tilt-up walls painted in 3 colors, white and a medium gray and a darker. All 4 sides of the building reveals metal siding accents and metal brow accents over the office entries. This is the next slide is the conceptual landscape plan. This project has a landscape coverage proposed of 24%, which exceeds the minimum requirement of 10%. Again, it's a relatively high number compared to other development projects because this project is proposing 40-foot landscape setbacks along Willow Avenue, Valley Boulevard, and their portions of frontage along Alice as well. The applicant will also install landscaping in the public right-of-way parkways. They will install drought-tolerant plants through all the planters, trees every 30 linear feet throughout the entire site, and then an abundant amount of shrubs and ground cover through each of those planters. There was a traffic analysis prepared for this project. It was prepared by Dudek, is the name of the consultant. The traffic analysis estimates that this project would generate up to 237 daily vehicle trips. Of those, 95 are anticipated to be truck trips. The study analyzed one intersection, that's the intersection of Valley Boulevard and Willow Avenue. That intersection is currently operating at an acceptable level service B. It is a signalized intersection, and it is estimated, projected to continue to operate at an acceptable level of service with the development of this project. So there's no mitigation necessary to that intersection. In terms of reviews done in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act, there was an initial study prepared, again, by the same consultant, Dudek. The outcome of the initial study is that this project will have a less than significant impact on all environmental sections. As a result, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared. The initial study was circulated for a 30-day public comment period from April 17th of this year to May 16th. During that 30-day public review period, no comment letters were received by the staff. So the project before the council tonight, it is consistent with the proposed industrial park zone. It is also consistent with Chapter 18.112 of the Rialto Municipal Code, which sets the regulations and development standards for warehouse developments. It is also consistent with the city's design guidelines and the proposed business park general plan land use designation, as well as existing industrial land uses to the west and northwest of the site. The environmental studies, as I mentioned, that were prepared for the project conclude that the impacts of the project will be less than significant with the incorporation of the recommended mitigation contained within the mitigation monitoring and reporting program attached to the agenda report. The project will serve to improve an existing site with the highest and best use accommodated by the IP zone. This project went before the Economic Development Committee on June 28th of this year, and then it subsequently went to the Planning Commission on August 9th of this year, and received, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 1 abstention and 2 vacancies. The vote was to recommend approval of the project to the City Council. And for tonight's hearing, public hearing notices were mailed to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the project site, and the public hearing notice was also published in the San Bernardino Sun newspaper. That concludes my presentation. The staff recommends that the City Council approve the project. I'm available if there are any questions, as well as the applicant and their consultant team.
Okay, good. City Clerk, is there people who have asked to speak on tab number 3?
Yes, basically the same, almost the same people. So you want me to start calling them?
How many are there? Less than 10?
1,
Oh, begin the public, calling the public.
yes, Claudia. Can I have Claudia to come back up?
Claudia?
Yes, she's outside, I think. When we're gonna meet. Yes. And Louis can come right behind her. Does she still want to speak? No.
Otra vez yo. Qué triste ver que voten a favor y no vean afuera cómo se burlan de nosotros, de su comunidad,
It's so unfortunate
cómo
that
salen burlándose de nosotros.
constantly we are being mocked, we're being made fun of out there as we speak about this subject. One more time.
Es frustrante ver que les damos la salud y el cuidado de nuestros hijos y nuestra familia
It's so
en sus
frustrating.
manos.
We're trying to keep our children safe. We want to watch out, we want to make sure that our children are healthy, and that's what we as parents are
Yes.
concerned about.
¿Y ustedes votan a favor a una compañía donde va a traer enfermedad, donde va a traer accidentes,
So what
donde
we're
va a
looking
traer
at
tráfico?
is that you're looking to favor a company that's going to bring more traffic, more health issues to our community.
Me hubiera gustado que estuvieran afuera para que vieran cómo se burlaban de nosotros, de 3 personas
I would
que venimos
love
como comunidad.
To have one of you out there and witness how people out there are just outside the building making fun of us. 1 or 2, 3 individuals.
Me quedé a esta segunda fábrica. La razón es porque trabajé para el distrito de Rialto por 6 años.
The reason I'm here is, and I'm concerned, is because I worked for the district for more than 6 years
Como una nundure en Frisbee Middle School.
in a Frisbee middle school.
Y me importan mucho los niños. Yo digo que todos los niños son importantes.
I care about our children. I care about how important they are to us.
Se merecen una mejor calidad de vida, un mejor futuro.
They deserve a better quality of life, a brighter future.
Yo cuando salgo del trabajo, cuando está muy lleno el tráfico para ir al freeway, bajo por la baseline, es la salida que yo camino.
On my way to work, I use Baseline and then South. That's the way that I also walk in that area.
Hacia el lado, hacia Fontana, hay muchas compañías vacías.
On the way to Fontana, there's so many companies out there that are completely vacant.
¿Cómo vienen a ser más edificios vacíos? ¿Eso en qué nos beneficia? Hay muchos edificios vacíos por todo Fontana y juntando aquí a Rialto con nosotros.
So in Fontana, there's a lot of vacant buildings, right? So why are you continue allowing all these buildings here in Rialto that are also going to be vacant?
Entonces, la verdad, vuelvo a estar en contra de las compañías
So
al lado
honestly,
de nuestras escuelas,
I am
nuestros
against-
parques y nuestra comunidad.
Honestly, I'm just against these companies because they are not looking out for our well-being, for our kids in school, for families around these areas.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Can I have Louis, is he still there? Also want to speak? Yes.
Hello there, good evening.
Good evening.
So for the rezoning for this project, the one that's nearby Joe Bacamero, I oppose it, mainly primarily because since it's already essentially zoned as commercial, I don't believe that we require more warehouse to begin with. The previous one was obviously just disheartening enough. A lot of the people outside mocked us on it. A lot of those people are also gone. All of them are gone essentially just after getting what they want, you know, little here and there. But essentially what I think is that for it to be more beneficial, at least to just leave the rezoning as it is, but maybe, you know, find just good alternatives for it or something of that sort. I don't believe this rezoning and the warehouse essentially that would be placed here would be the best, you know, for our community essentially. Of course, in terms of, you know, if you want to talk logistics or something like that, you can say all you will, but, you know, we as the community are coming here to say you that we do not want this for our community. We had obviously struggles with trying to get our health across to you all and such, and it's been difficult this night because we've been here obviously putting in the time. You know, obviously it's been several hours. I appreciate all you for being here as well. but, you know, we all as well are here, and we're trying to at least say it. You know, those people that are obviously all gone now, well, you know, they get to go now to their homes and such, but we're still here fighting because we care about the overall health and safety of all citizens of Rialto, as well as just the community of, you know, the Inland Empire in general. So I'd like to again say I oppose this project for the obvious, you know, concerns of emissions and such and the health hazards that it provides to our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Omar Carbon, please. Carbon. Is Omar there? While Omar is coming up, can we have Eric? While he's coming up, can I have Ana Gonzalez?
Outside.
Only when the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last stream poisoned, you will realize that you cannot eat money. A Native American saying from 1983, something we all know, we all learned growing up. And honestly, I come here today with tab 2 already being passed, saying that, quite frankly, I'm disappointed in the city council. I mean, abstaining from the vote to kind of save face. It's kind of a slap in the face to marginalized communities who don't have the time to come here. It's honestly really disappointing. Why did we put you in this office? Don't get me wrong, I respect, I know being in the city council is hard. You know, you have to balance a lot of different positions, but if you're not really looking out for the little guy, why are you here? I'm just kind of in shock that this pattern of disregard for local communities is just kind of sad. There's not much I have left to say. Thank you.
Ana Gonzalez.
Good evening again. I just wanted to share that I was hospitalized all last week and I'm here against my doctor's orders. So I'm feeling like crap, especially after what we witnessed earlier. But I'm here again in opposition of this project. I want to emphasize the cumulative impacts. I want to emphasize communities' health. You guys have heard it all. But I wanted to bring to your attention that on August 12, 2023, in the Orange County Register, they published a story called Southern California's Empty Warehouses Triple in 2 years. 47 million square feet of officially empty warehouse space. If that doesn't mean something to y'all, I don't know what will at this point. I understand that this project is near the freeway, so it would make sense that we put a building there where trucks can come in and out quickly to their destination. However, the cumulative impacts are still there and they're worsening. I mentioned the EPA's air quality, the EPA's Clean Air Act attainment goals from the previous project, but also for this project because in the reports that we see in these meeting agenda items, there's a bunch of data there that says a lot of our PM 2.5 and ozone and CO2 emissions are not attainable. So I don't know where we're not addressing these concerns in the Clean Air Act. Oh my God. The families that live near these projects, I know this one's a little further away from community, However, the health detriments are still there. What are we telling our community when they have to pay the medical bills for their ill families due to pulmonary cancer, COPD, diabetic symptoms that are correlated to pollution? I don't know what else to say at this point, but that we are becoming a warehouse city. And in the long run, we have studies that show warehouses have a 25 to 50 year lifespan. What are we gonna do after those years are gone and they've come and exploited our communities and took their profits somewhere else? What then? Thank you.
Muy buenas noches, respetable público. Buenas noches a toda la mesa directiva que está aquí.
Good evening, council and all the members and all the public here today.
Mi nombre es María Velázquez
My name is María
y soy
Velázquez.
residente de aquí de la ciudad de Rialto ya por 33 años.
I'm a resident here of Rialto for more than 33 years now.
Antes que nada quiero compartirles que yo venía por la reunión anterior que lamentablemente estando afuera me di cuenta que fue un fracaso.
Before anything, I would like to say that I came to the meeting, for the meeting that was just celebrated before, but it was a total loss.
La comunidad estamos teniendo muy mal aspecto de todos los directivos que están trabajando en la ciudad.
The community is beginning to develop a very bad perspective of the members that are supposed to represent the city.
Lamentablemente nosotros como comunidad no tenemos el apoyo que debemos de tener de todos ustedes.
Unfortunately, as a community, we don't believe or feel that we are receiving the support that we deserve.
En lo personal, cuando ustedes están en esos lugares que están ocupando ahorita, creo que ese lugar lo tienen gracias a la comunidad.
Personally, I believe that those positions that you're holding at this time is thanks to the community that has elected you.
Y al conocimiento que yo tengo hasta el día de hoy,
According to the knowledge that I've acquired until this day,
todos los que están en el gobierno, todos los que están trabajando en lo que es dirigir una ciudad,
everyone that holds a position in the city and the government
deben de estar al servicio de nosotros, porque nosotros, la comunidad, somos los que los tenemos ahí.
So you're there to serve the community because of us is that you're holding those positions.
Y me concierne mucho tener que decir esto, pero es lo que yo siento dentro de mí como comunidad, que soy parte de ella.
It's very concerning to me, and I worry about this because I am part of the community and I am feeling this.
Hay muchas cosas que definitivamente deben de cambiar. Se pueden cambiar si ustedes trabajan para nosotros, para la ciudad.
There are many things that definitely should change for the benefit of the city.
Estoy escuchando que tienen otro proyecto en La Valle y mi pregunta personal y la más grande es ¿por qué hacen una escuela que en poco tiempo van a poner fábricas al lado?
Now, I hear that you have just spoken about a different project on Valley. So my question that I ask myself, a very personal question is, why do you approve of a middle school or a school and build it with the knowledge of that you're going to be building a company or industrial area just so close to it right after?
Tenemos, por ejemplo, Parque Frisbee, tan bonito que lo pusieron y ahora lo van a rodear también de fábricas.
Another example, we have Frisbee Park, beautiful park, and now you're surrounding it with these warehouses.
Yo resido en Pepper y Eriwanda.
I live on Pepper Avenue and Etowanda.
Y para que se den cuenta de la magnitud del peligro que estamos,
just so you get an idea of the danger, the magnitude of the dangers that we're in.
En lo que consta un mes, 30 días.
So in the time frame of 30 days.
Casi me llevan de corbata 3 veces. 3 veces porque no respetan los signs, no respetan los signos de las calles, no se respeta nada. Y
And
está
this-
pasando más tráfico.
These 30 days, 3 times I've been close to getting into a car accident because the people are just flying through these streets, not even paying attention to the traffic lights.
Y eso que no hay todavía gran tráfico. Imagínense la magnitud que vamos a tener cuando todas esas fábricas estén hechas.
This is happening at this time without these warehouses around this area. Imagine if you start building around this area, the more traffic there will be.
Les voy a tomar más tiempo, pero me gustaría que así como son ustedes cada uno, que también son humanos, caminen en las cuadras de la ciudad de Rialto. Tómense un tiempo.
So, I'm going to give you some time. Once in a while, take some time to experience what I've experienced. Walk the streets of Rialto, drive the streets of Rialto, and understand what I'm trying to say.
Lamentablemente por eso también se pasan los accidentes. En el caso mío, yo sé.
This is what causes all these accidents. In my case, the person that almost caused this accident, I would follow them.
Lo seguí. Adelante.
And I honked at him.
Y no volteaba la persona, se lo volví a silbar.
The driver wouldn't turn. They wouldn't look at me.
Cuando esa persona decidió voltear a mí, lo único que le dije, maneje con cuidado y salga con tiempo para no hacer lo que acaba de hacer.
And once I had their attention, I only told them, drive carefully, and next time, leave home a little bit earlier so that you won't have this much urgency.
Pero fui pacífica. Pero se imaginan las personas que son violentas, ¿cómo van a terminar?
I'm a peaceful person, but other people out there are not as peaceful as I am, and they're going to be worse, and they're going to have a different response.
Solamente les pido que se toquen el corazón de verdad, que trabajen con la comunidad, porque ustedes están aquí gracias a la comunidad.
So all I'm asking is for you to look towards yourselves, into your heart, touch your heart and see the emotions, everything that we're feeling. Try to understand what we're going through and make a good decision.
Y antes que mirar lo económico, hay que mirar ese amor a la humanidad. Es todo.
And before we see about the financial gains on any decision that we make, think about the safety. And that's all I wanted to say.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Mr. Chris?
Well, good evening again. I wasn't going to say anything, but I was prompted to mention a few things that have not been discussed. One is for us weak souls that have to ride around those big old trucks. It is very scary. It seems like every week there's another truck coming around. And not only that, but the noise of the trucks. I'm not too concerned of the pollution because, as they say, eventually they're going to be electrical, right? So the pollution is not an issue here, hopefully. But what are we going to do about the streets? They're potholed. You don't have a program to repair the damage that those trucks do. You know, I can't understand such an organization as Rialto. I'm especially referring to Cedar and Ayala. Every time the pothole is filled, it's worse than it was before. It's almost impossible to drive in a decent speed. I don't know how these folks that drive 50, 60 miles an hour, what it's doing to their cars. And then I'm thinking about all the advocacy of having bicycles riding. Can you imagine the bicycles riding by the side of this huge truck? How could we expect them to be environmentalists? we're completely anti-environmental, completely. How the city has gotten to this point is beyond my conception. Especially, I see that I've been here for 40 years. This has been creeping up and creeping up. Anyway, I didn't expect this tonight, but I came here just as right. And here you have 2 more projects with more trucks. Anyway, I don't want to be dramatic, but I just want to tell you, it's just impossible. It's getting to be like they say in the proverbial, you know what's happening. And the folks that are living near these establishments are the ones that are suffering. I'm lucky. My neighborhood, I hear the trucks, but I'm not there. I have other issues in my neighborhood, such as you don't replant trees. By the way, I'm very impressed with the architecture. And I'm impressed with all the trees. And by planting all these trees, remember, you're not replanting the trees on Cedar, as you should have been doing for the last 40 years. So we're doing all these new things, but we're forgetting the old. And parts of the city are deteriorating because I don't know who's responsible for the management or the planning, but it's not working as a city that we should be proud of. I have friends that come visit and say, your roads are terrible, especially the roads where the trucks are going. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that out because I agree with everything that the speakers have spoken, but you haven't been addressing the roads. We're tearing up our cars. And who's going to pay for that? We have to pay for it. Thank you for listening to me. This was off the cuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
That's the last speaker.
All right. That concludes the speakers for tab 3, hopefully. So now, pleasure of the...
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Trujillo, seconded by Councilmember Scott to close the public hearing. Any objections? Hearing none, public hearing's closed. Do you have a comment, Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, no? Okay. Councilmember Scott, comment?
Yes, and some questions. Mr. Casey, I don't see a elevation of the back of the building. What does the back of the building look like?
The elevations are included in the agenda report. It's, in the slideshow, it's just one image. But the exterior theme is carried around all 4 sides of the building. So there's a similar appearance.
So it's a similar
across all
appearance.
4 sides.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to make sure of, because this building is visible, if it gets approved, is visible from the freeway.
Yes.
And I want to verify something. I've lived here over 30 years. I go by this location almost every day, and it's been the biggest eyesore that I've ever seen in this city. And it's already full of trucks. Is that not correct?
That is correct. There have been
In
previous.
fact, it's got more trucks on it right now than it will have with this project there.
It's very possible.
And I think next door is a truck repair center, or is that what that is next door? I think it used to be.
There is
I
a
don't
truck
know.
repair.
Okay,
east.
so there's trucks going in and out of there. And if I recall right, maybe 30 years ago, 33 years ago, when we did the Gateway plan, prior to my time on the council certainly, not by very many years though, that was all changed into commercial property down there with the hopes that retail would come, and those properties sat for many, many years and nothing ever came other than a Walmart. Now obviously we have some other stuff, but there's not a lot of interest,
That's
my
correct.
understanding, on Valley Boulevard as far as any retail,
That's correct. And
restaurants or anything else. Hometown Buffet was there, it's gone, it's now a car wash and a Dutch Brothers.
yeah, in my years here, there's been essentially no retail interest that I've seen. Anything west of there's a flood control wash channel a little further east. And anything west of that, such as the site, I have not seen retail interest.
Okay, and Is there a project labor agreement on this building?
Not to my knowledge. I'll defer that to the
Do-
applicant.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, the applicant is here.
Okay, and how about any type of a community benefit?
I'm not aware of any voluntary contribution offer from the applicant at this point.
Okay, is he here? Could he come up and speak
Yes,
to us?
absolutely.
Good evening,
Evening.
Mayor. Good to see you. Good evening, members of the council. Kevin Rice with Patriot.
You had a question?
Community, project labor agreement, do you have one on your project?
Councilmember Scott, we don't have one yet. It's because we haven't selected our contractor yet, and that's we sign up our PLA through. We've built 4 buildings in Rialto, and we've had one in all 4 of those, and I wouldn't anticipate anything
So they
different.
were all PLAs?
Yes.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
that's.
I'd say almost 100% of our work always is. We always work with Leona, so that'll inevitably
Okay,
play
I
out,
thought,
yes.
I thought so, and obviously, I've seen your other buildings, and they've all been good-looking buildings. I don't know if staff talked to you about community benefit, but we have kind of a voluntary program, and we have a number, probably each of us have stuff that we like,
Right,
to
it was-
see our developers
it was brought
participate
up.
in the community.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So, did they talk to you about it?
A member from the city staff reached out, I want to say like 2 days ago, and brought it up to me. I definitely am open to doing something for the city, but we didn't have anything programmatically laid out just because it was such a recent request. But I left it with them as a, let's continue the discussion and find a way to do something for the city, because obviously an opportunity to build a project in the city and would like to give something back. So we didn't codify yet because it was just such a recent discussion, but definitely it's something we have an interest in doing.
But you're open to that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Madam. Oh, one last question. Do you have I would encourage you, I think the rest of the council would. To me, it's a good location for point of sale. Hopefully you'll be able to attract a point of sale tenant.
Absolutely.
That would be our preference. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Trujillo?
Yeah, my question is the flow of traffic. So maybe it's the staff that I'm. Give me one moment. Just don't tell me. So is there a condition where the trucks are coming in from the freeway and exiting through the freeway as well? Or are they traveling through our valuable throughout?
Yeah, there is no
Valuable work.
condition of approval in any of the resolutions before you tonight that specifies one way or the other. Valley Boulevard is a designated truck route, and so the trucks that access this site will be using Valley Boulevard. They could be using it from the west or the east. There's no restriction on Valley Boulevard.
Okay, so there's no designation of Riverside Avenue or Cedar.
The vast majority of this project traffic will be taking Valley Boulevard to Riverside Avenue.
Okay.
I believe in the traffic analysis, it estimated like 90% of the trips would go to Riverside versus west to Cedar.
And I was just looking at the site plan. The landing, or I guess they call it the landing, or where the trucks actually kind of come in and line up. It looks like it's taking place near the freeway side.
That's
Is that
correct.
what it is? So what's the capacity there? How many trucks can fit in there as a part of the lineup?
As designed, 14. 14 trucks one at each dock door.
Okay. And then if they were to kind of line up outside, how far out would they go?
The stacking distance to try to
Yeah.
get into the facility, given the length of the driveway, specifically the one on the west that enters from Willow, they should be able to stack at least 2, if not 3, on site, and then certainly at least 1 also on the Alice driveway on the east end of the site.
Okay. So there's some capacity there to take up some of the traffic off the road there too.
Yes, and there are conditions of approval in the resolution, specifically the conditional development permit resolution before the council tonight that prohibits the trucks utilizing the site from stacking or queuing in the public streets. All of this needs to be done on site.
Are there any traffic? There's a traffic light on both sides, correct?
Just at Valley and Willow,
Is that, but not at Alice?
not at Alice.
Okay. I think those were some other questions. I'm also concerned about the community benefit agreement. I don't know what their kind of their idea of giving back and try to modify some of the impacts. I'm hoping that they could have at least some ballpark of what they want to do, because obviously they have enough projects for them to kind of look at and have an idea of what they want to contribute. So I'm hoping they take a good look at the other projects and see what they can add to this. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council member? Councilmember Baca.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'm very much concerned with the traffic condition, especially as we look at coming off of the freeway. The trucks would have to come either out of Riverside Avenue or Cedar through Valley to get to this project. And we've just had a breaking ceremonies that we had for In and Out recently. We had Strouts in that area. So we already know that within close proximity to this area, that there's going to be additional trucks or traffic in that immediate area that will impact the South, South Valley, South Village, Rialto. So it would have an impact in that area. Is that correct? It could have an impact.
There will be new additional trips that will impact the streets.
Right, because that's the only way that they could get there is either getting off of Riverside Avenue, turning on Valley, or, because there's no other, unless we open the freeway and, they can come in through the back door, that would be all right, but they're not gonna come that way. And the other way they can come through is through Cedar and then down to Valley into this immediate area. So I have a problem with it because of the problems that we've also discussed about the health, the creation of the traffic, the road conditions in the immediate area, the potholes in the immediate. There is no labor, tentatively, there is no labor agreement, there is no community benefit. And I'm mostly concerned because we don't have a policy in place and procedure that deals with warehouses. We have approximately 177 warehouses in the city of Rialto. And there are probably, 72 vacancies right now in the area. And then we've just, it seems like one was just approved with 2 of us abstaining, which is like a no vote, but it's, 2 of us did. And we're gonna have the additional warehouses. We don't know who's gonna occupy those. We don't know who's gonna occupy these in terms of the future. And the burden is still left on the citizens of the city of Rialto. They will have to pick up the additional costs if it comes to code enforcement in the immediate area, if it comes to improvement of our roads, fixing our roads in the area. So I have a problem with this, and I just wanted to mention my concerns, and we'll, the council will do whatever they want to do, the rest of the members.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments? Okay. And for me, I saw this project initially when it came to Economic Development Committee. What I saw and what occurs down there on Valley, the changing of the zone, it's been a commercial area, and we haven't drawn any commercial activity. And around there, it needs to be consistent. I think the project, unlike the concerns I had, there is a signal, and the project, it will be a benefit. I have no opposition of it, so I don't know if anyone wants to move,
Move approval.
Second.
and there's been moved by Councilmember Scott and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. And you need to do, I think, the resolution reading, please. That's why-
Certainly.
That's why I didn't.
That's why you didn't make the motion.
Roll call.
Yes, but can I do the,
Yeah,
okay, I'll
let
do
him
it.
read it and then do the roll call.
Let me have
I'm
him to
just
read
saying.
the
Okay, motion
resolution.
to approve Resolution 8134, General Plan Amendment 2022-0002, Resolution number 8135, Specific Plan Amendment 2022-0003, Resolution 8136, Tentative Parcel Map 2022-0005, TPM 20622, Resolution number 8137, Conditional Development Permit 2022-0039, Resolution number 8138, Precise Plan of Design number 2022-0065, Resolution number 8139.
Okay.
That's also approving the mitigation negative declaration.
I believe that's under Resolution number 8139.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Scott?
Also, I'd like to, in my motion, include the condition of a project labor agreement and a community benefit to be negotiated with staff.
Second, agree to that.
Is you already have a second?
No, he has did the second agree to.
Oh.
Yeah, he agrees to it.
Oh, he agrees to it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, well.
He asked for it.
Yeah, he leaned over and asked, reminded him to put it in, so.
Okay, Councilmember Scott?
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Baca?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Carrie Sellers?
Aye.
And Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks.
it's a truck corridor, it's a
Thank you.
designated truck route. It's industrial. That's making people happy. I'm sorry. Everybody's up and leaving us, nobody else.
Pressure's on, Crowley.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here to present item tab number 4, which is, this item is to consider phase 2 of a 2-phase process of our water wastewater revenue analysis and the water wastewater rate study. Back in April, you authorized us to move forward with the revenue analysis. So what I'm going to present to you today is the revenue analysis that was done by FG Solutions, and then we can open up for discussions and questions and answers. So if I could get the PowerPoint pulled up. There we go.
I don't know if he heard you.
Yes, it's about ready to pop up. I can see it coming.
All right.
There we go. Okay, with that, we're going to go right into, and this item was presented at our August 22nd meeting, and so I will just briefly go through the slides again just to make sure that the public that might be seeing them here tonight can see them. But we're going to review the current utility budget, both for the water and wastewater fund. We're going to show some of the reserves, and then we're going to show project financial condition if we did no rate increase. And then, of course, look at the capital improvement projects that have been identified for the coming fiscal year. We're going to start with the wastewater fund. And the wastewater fund, this is the expense chart. The second line from the bottom gives us the total of 29 million, a little over 29 million. It's broken down into 4 areas: the Rialto water service charges, some additional expenses, the wastewater expenses, and of course city expenses that go into the wastewater fund. So that's a little over 29 million in expenses. And as we compare that to our revenues, which is down in the lower portion of this chart, we are seeing about a total of 29 million, just a little less than 29. Now, this chart at our last meeting did identify the Rialto Bioenergy Facility of 300,000. We have taken that out as a conservative approach to our modeling and looking forward into the future. It's going through a bankruptcy realignment. If that does work its way through, then we can always add that revenue in later. But we wanted to make sure that we modeled going forward without that revenue in the program. When we look at that, we're basically breaking even with our expenses and revenue. Our wastewater reserves are 21.5 million. We've collected to date 7.5 million development impact fees that are held in the trust. And we also estimate over the next 5 years about 1.75 million of additional development impact fees. And of course, the concession agreement requires to have additional restricted reserves held in the trust. So the wastewater fund is in pretty good shape. When we look at the water, we're a little different story. This is the breakdown of all of our expenditures for fiscal year 23-24. It's about 16.9 million. So is that we compare that against our revenues that are coming in as a comparison of revenues over expenses. We're only seeing about 14.1 is what our revenue generation for 23-24 fiscal year. So that makes us short about 2.8 million. So we're a little bit, for lack of better terms, underwater on the water fund. So when we look at the reserves, we've been depleting the reserves over the last 5 years to help in some of the rate stabilization. So we have about 1.6 million left in the bank. We've collected in the development impact fees about 2.6 million, and we're anticipating over the next 5 years about another 1 million. Of course, the development impact fees are not used for operations. They're only used for capital improvement projects that fall within the guidelines of the development impact fees. We did have a rate stabilization that the council put into place last fiscal year using ARPA funds of approximately 4.8 million. We have 2.78 million remaining, and that will be used in this fiscal year to stabilize the rates and meet our coverage requirements. And again, we have restricted funds in the water reserves. Now, as we move forward to the one model area that we looked at, which is what we call the status quo, we're not going to do any rate increase, nor are we going to look at any capital improvement projects. Now, we modeled this over a 10-year period starting in 2023 out to 2033. And we're showing the first 2 columns showing no rate increases, and the standard monthly bill for a residential home using 16 CCFs is about $116 a month, both water and wastewater. So as we look at this scenario, we will see on the water will require somewhere in the order of 13.2 million in unfunded water revenue stabilization over the next 5 years. As you can see, our budget is requiring help of the 2.8 million this year. It will just continue to increase over the next 5 years, and so we will need to look at how we can adjust our rate structure to accommodate these additional revenues requirements. On the wastewater side, it won't require any rate stabilization, but over the next 5 years, you will see approximately 4 million being reduced in our reserves to accommodate for no rate increase on the wastewater side. So in addition, we've been looking at capital improvements over the next 5 years. We had a master list of approximately 130 million in projects, but we've whittled it down to a key priority infrastructure projects that were about 47 million on the wastewater fund side, and then about 9 million on the water fund side. But we do have a significant amount of projects, but this is the key projects that we would want to model in any rate study. And then this is a schedule that kind of helps us through the community outreach period and then also into the presentation of a rate study. So with that, I'm requesting that the City Council and Rialto Utility Authority authorize staff to proceed with the preparation of Phase 2. This would be to develop a proposed water and wastewater rate schedule that would be presented back to you at a future date. With that, it concludes my presentation. And with me tonight is Art Griffith from FG Solutions. So we have any financial questions in preparing this rate study, he'd be more than happy to answer any questions, and myself.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody that wishes to speak on tab 4?
No.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I want to speak.
Second.
I'm not making the motion, I want to speak. No, you did not.
Okay, well, then I didn't hear you.
Councilmember Scott?
Mr. Crowley, I have a question for you. In your calculations, have you guys included the ridiculous, crazy increases in electric costs?
Yes.
So what percentage of an increase,
I'm gonna-
or do you know?
So I'm going to ask Art if he could step up, because he's the one that actually goes.
Thank you for your question. To date, we've assumed just an inflationary increase in electricity costs. We have not included any increases beyond the rate of inflation.
Well, but when the number that you have before you added the inflationary cost on, when did you put that? How do you calculate that number? Because I can tell you that my personal utility bill went from $200 to $500 in the last 2 months. And there's nothing different in my household. So, and I'm hearing the same thing from everybody else in the community, that their electric bills are sky high. Most of them are like 50 to 100% higher. So if we're not calculating those increases, or if you haven't gone back and looked at them, maybe you need to.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. I appreciate it very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now I'm ready. Are you ready? Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilmember Scott and a second by Councilmember Baca. Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
That brings us to tab 5.
So good evening. Suggesting that City Council adopt resolution number 8144. It's a resolution requesting approval for the following actions. Authorizing the issuance of the City of Rialto Community Facilities District number 2020-1 El Rancho Verde Special Tax Bonds, Series 2023. Approving and authorizing the city manager to execute the fiscal agent agreement, continuing disclosure agreement, and bond purchase agreement, and approving the preliminary official statement and final official statement, and authorizing other actions in connection with the bond release. Beginning in August of 2012 to most recent September of 2022.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Okay.
I got a motion by Councilmember Scott and a second by Councilmember Trujillo. Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion carries. That brings us
You
to
won't get that every night.
I know.
tab
I appreciate it.
6.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Scott.
Oh.
like I'm in Congress.
Move for approval?
Second.
Thank you so much.
I got a motion by myself,
Oh, wait a minute, I
And-
got questions for Smith.
a second by Councilmember Scott.
Who moved it?
I moved it.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Why did you make Sergeant Smith stay here all night?
All right, and tab 7 was pulled and tabled, so that brings us to reports. So, we'll start with Cynthia Alvarado.
Move approval.
Second.
Excellent. Good evening,
Hey,
Mayor
we
Pro
gave
Tem-
you a pass.
Really?
No. We need to know what you're doing.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. We have a lot of stuff going on in Rialto in the next coming weeks.
Did you bring us ice cream?
I will tomorrow, on Thursday. You want to go to the senior center
No.
social?
No, I'm not ready for that.
Why not? It's ice
I'm
cream.
not a senior yet.
Me neither, but they let me in sometimes. All right, so on Thursday, September 14th, from 2 to 3 at the Grace Vargas Senior Center, we'll have Here's the Scoop Ice Cream Social. So if you want to go, let me know. On Friday, September 15th, at the Rialto Community Center in Room 502, from 4 to 7 p.m., we'll be having the Rialto Teen Center Mario Kart Tournament. Saturday, September 16th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Rialto, at the Civic Campus, we're going to be having Petapalooza. On Thursday, September 21st, from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Grace Vargas Senior Center, we will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of our senior center. On Thursday, September 21st, from 9 to 1, we'll be hosting a health and wellness fair at the Rialto Fitness and Aquatic Center. Saturday, September 23rd, from 5:30 to 9:30 p.m. at Jerry Eves Park, we'll be hosting our second annual Viva La Fiesta event. Saturday, October 7th, at Joe Sampson Park, we will be hosting Walk Like Mad. Registration starts at 6:30 a.m. The Rialto Community Players, for their 23-24 season, Blythe Spirit will start on October 7th and run through the 22nd at the Sandra Courtney Theater. Black on the Block Young Entrepreneurs Expo will be Saturday, October 7th at Rialto City Park, starting at noon. Our second annual Floating Pumpkin Patch will be Saturday, October 21st at Tom Sawyer Pool from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thursday, October 26th at the Grace Vargas Senior Center will be our senior Halloween dance. And then Thursday, October 31st, here at the Rialto Civic Center from 5:30 to 9:30 p.m., we'll be hosting our annual Halloween hijinks event.
Great, thank you. Looks like an exciting, packed events that are coming our way. Okay, that brings us to reports. And first up, we've got Councilmember Scott, who has some amazing reports for tonight.
Yes, I do. I got it on good authority today to begin working on their permits for their interior improvements, which means Cold Stone is on the way.
Good. Anything else?
You like Cold Stone, don't you, Joe? There we go.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Again, I just wanted to thank Sunrise Church and Pastor Anthony Riley for the wonderful September 11th memorial ceremony that they had with our firefighters and our police officers on Sunday. They sent a special prayer for all of our first responders and gave them an award. So I just wanted to acknowledge the kindness that they have to, and the partnership that they have to our city. Wanted to also acknowledge the huge parent summit at Rialto Unified. I know I saw our Mayor Pro Tem there. They had all the schools basically had a booth, and they had opening ceremonies. And I couldn't make the beginning because I was at the Rialto Sports Hall of Fame in the morning, where we honored Andrew Bach, who is retired from he was an international basketball star out of Frankfurt, Germany, and their Skyline basketball team. That's him, that's Andrew Bach. And then we had Coach Emmett, who has had more than 35 years serving the gymnasium, the Johnson Gymnasium. So he's been a basketball coach for our little kids. So it was just really nice to kind of see them being recognized, and they were signing basketballs, as you see there, for the kids. And it was just nice to see everybody come out, but I just wish there was a lot more people coming out for them, because these are very special individuals who have made achievements and who have given back to our. So that's the attendance right there. I'm hoping we could have so much more. And then also wanted to thank the police department for, I did a ride along with the SWAG team, along with Steven, my intern that's here, for SWAG. So we kind of got to kind of see, get a behind the scenes look at what the counselors kind of go through when they do these interactions and do the questionnaires. And then also, you know, I look forward to the League of Cities. I'm hoping my colleagues will be there. We have a showcase of the SWAG program from our city there, so it'd be great to see you guys there too. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Baca?
Thank you very much. So I also attended the Hall of Fame ceremony, but I'd like to thank the City of Rialto for hosting it and the Parks and Recreation for putting it on. I do believe that we need to do a better job in marketing, let others know that we had this event, but then I also want to give my congratulations to Andrew Bach and Emmett Gillard for their awards and their being inducted into the Hall of Fame here in the city of Rialto. I also attended on Monday, which was yesterday, the retired firefighters breakfast that they held at Corky, so I want to thank them for coming together. And at that day, we also honored those that died in 9/11. Then I just have another comment that I'd like us to possibly consider as a city council, to fly the flag at half-mast for the MIA's POWs in Recognition Day, because it is a law that was done in 2019-94 that recognized POWs and MIAs, and I believe that the city should take action and fly the mast at all of our properties if we can at half-mast. And I happen to know the gentleman that carried the legislation at that time. He was an assemblyman by the name of Joe Baca. You can call me Junior if you want, Ed. Thank you very much. I appreciate you recognizing how young I am.
Thank you. And so there's a couple of grand openings that I attended. We attended the Sprouts along with Councilmember Trujillo, and there's Gabe with all the pictures, which finally we get to see some pictures, right, Rafael? Yeah, those are some really good pictures that they put out. So it was I'm ready to shop, ready to spend money, and we're very excited about the new Sprouts there. So look forward to shopping there more often. I know it's on the south end, but the mayor left. Well, it's far from me. It's about, I passed 2 Stater Brothers before I get to it. I'll have to carpool. But anyhow, the mayor had some comments that to the management team over there, that most companies that come to the city of Rialto, they operate in pairs. So we look forward to a possible Sprouts on the north end. It's a wish. I know I got Councilmember Scott looking at me.
I second that motion.
It's a wish that actually.
You can have a Sprouts, but you're not getting a Cold Stone.
Oh, I don't want a Cold Stone. That's okay. So the management is very eager to open more stores according to their district manager. So that would be exciting to see that we would be able to get something on the north end. Again, this is just a conversation that we had with the management team. So their director said that the regional director said that they're actively looking for locations everywhere. So I know that this Sprouts. So our community, please support the Sprouts on the south end. That is a possibility. And also attended. So I'm glad to see that we're giving our community healthy options. And I'll segue into In-N-Out. I attended the In-N-Out. The In-N-Out grand opening, and most of my colleagues were there. Some of my colleagues, I had a burger with the chief, and we actually had a really good time because it was really well staged. So people were coming in sections, but as much as our community loves the Sprouts, there was about 10 to 20 times more activity on my social media with regards to the In-N-Out in South Rialto. So there you have it. I guess our community, we're doing what the community wants, and so for that, the south end of Rialto is very grateful for that. And lastly, so. I've got my daughter Elise Carrizales, who is the class president of Carter High School. I know I didn't mention it here a few weeks ago, but yes, she is the class president of Carter High School, and just last week became their senior prom queen. So
congratulations.
I voted for her too, but
How'd you sneak in there, Ed?
And my little one Andrew Carrizales, I guess he is also following in the steps. So he is now student council at Hugh Banks Elementary, and he had his first duty this Saturday, and it was to wake up at like 6:30 in the morning to be up at the parent summit at Rialto High School. So that was his first duty. And for a moment, I thought he was just going to say, no, I don't want to wake up. But he was very proud to be up there. And he was holding a flag on a parade. So he is, I'm very proud of him that he's now starting to get involved and being helpful in the community. And that's all I have. Mr. Carrillo, you got anything? All right, city manager.
I have just one item, Mayor Pro Tem. Dallas Cowboys 40, New York Giants 0, zip, nada. That concludes my report.
wait a minute, are you gonna play a real team this year or what?
Mr. Attorney?
You see that 49er game?
Chief Kling?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes.
The tan? You don't want to talk about the tan? No. Okay. All right.
Hey, can I ask a question though? I have a quick question.
Yes.
Where's the fire chief been all night?
Oh, well, he just snuck in right now. That's why I wasn't even. So, Fire Chief, you got something you want to add? Okay. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, tomorrow morning, we are doing a ribbon cutting at Aries Hotel.
Yes, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
Yes,
So
10 a.m. I know it's open, but the ribbon cutting, they scheduled it for 10 o'clock, so.
Great.
I hope I see
We'll be there.
my council members there.
All right. Can I entertain a motion?
So moved.
Anybody else want to leave?
Who made the motion?
I got a motion by
I'll second.
Councilmember Trujillo.
I just need a second then. Can we, somebody
No,
have a
we're not adjourned.
Somebody need to second him? Councilmember Scott.
Second.
Thank you.
I got a motion by Councilmember Trujillo and a second by Councilmember Scott. We are adjourned.